2, 3, 4. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Get them into the hall, please. We are real fortunate, I think, this morning to have with us someone to bring the invocation. An individual that has worked a number of years with the Diocese of Jackson-Natchez. We're proud to present to you at this time Father Nathaniel McCaskey, Director of St. Francis Center, Greenwood, Mississippi, which will bring the invocation.
Would you all please stand? Let us pray. O God, our Heavenly Father, who spoke to us, with sweat on your brow shall you eat your bread. Help us to cherish that sweat which speaks of labor for the sake of dreams. Dreams of home and family and security and fulfillment. Dreams which make the American dream. Father, we pray that you bless every man and woman who toils, and in this toiling unite to advance justice and to demand respect for the dignity of man and the worth of his labor. We pray, Heavenly Father, your blessing upon this meeting. From it will come fulfillment of the dream of every man and every woman who toils for their daily bread. With cannon sounding in our ears, and with the voices of unrest and discontent storming among us, we pray your inspiration on this gathering, that labor, recognized as brain and muscle, may also be loved as heart and voice, feeling compassion and speaking loudly for freedom and justice for all. All this we pray in the name of him who labored as a carpenter for his daily bread. Through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Next order of business, which would be someone to welcome you officially to Jackson from the city, which we're indeed thankful for in the labor movement here in the Jackson area. A man that has always been willing to cooperate and help us in any way he can. To me, I like to think of him as the People's Commissioner, because he tries to represent all the people in this area, and labor is not excluded. So it's indeed a pleasure for me at this time to present to you Commissioner Clark Horton.
Thank Mr. Johnson, Mr. Ramsey, other distinguished platform members, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed always a real privilege of mine to have the opportunity to welcome each of you to your capital city for this annual convention. I know of no group that affords me the pleasure as this group in welcoming you to Jackson. There's a reason that I feel this way. I feel that this organization has meant more to the welfare of the masses of our people across this state and in Jackson, for the betterment of their economy and our economy than any other group in Mississippi. I honestly believe that unless the masses of the people across this state and in our great city can earn a decent living, then our economy will lag and be at the bottom of the totem pole among other states in this nation. In recent years, we have made progress. And again, the number one reason has been through the efforts of your work. And certainly, with the continued cooperation, the diligent work of this organization and others of us that are interested in the masses of the people in our great state, the future is bright for us. How in the world can we get from the bottom of the list among the states of this union economically unless the masses of our people earn a decent wage in order to live the way they should, and at the same time stimulate our economy to make us fit among the states as we should. So I want to say to each of you that I'm always for the masses of the people, the working people. For too long, the masses of us have done our labor for an existing living to make the rich richer. And I think most of us across this state are intelligent enough nowadays to know that. And I think that the efforts that you've done in the past have awakened many, many of us over the years. So to each of you, when you come to Jackson, we want you to always feel welcome. This is your capital city. It's your second hometown. And we want you to feel that this city belongs to you, because it not only belongs to the people that lives in Jackson, it belongs to you. A lot of your tax money is right here in this city, at the Coliseum, at the Memorial Football Stadium, and other business and governmental buildings and so forth. So, really, I don't know why I should be necessarily welcoming you this morning. At the same time, I appreciate the opportunity to welcome you, and we want you, if I can be of service in any way, at any time that you're in Jackson, please let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's indeed a pleasure to have you with us at any time. And we appreciate you coming by and being with us this time. On behalf of the Jackson Central Labor Union and its affiliated unions in this area, I would like to also extend to you a cordial welcome to our city. We, as Commissioner has told you, this is your city as well as our city, because a lot of you state officers are here. We certainly hope that while you're here that you will enjoy your visit. If there's anything that the CLU or Jackson Central Labor Union or any of its members that which are in the meeting can assist you in any way, feel free to call on, because we would like to be of help if we can. And I would like to say to the State Council and to the people that arranged the meeting here that the facilities are indeed adequate for the occasion at this time, looks to me like. It's an ideal situation as far as the arrangements are concerned. And I'd like to thank them for this arrangement here. Now, to begin on with the business, I'd like to introduce to you next the one that will handle the business from the standpoint of managing it here for the next few hours or maybe a couple of days or even longer. Depends on what you might do as members. But it is indeed a pleasure for me to present to you one of the guys that's responsible for this meeting, one that has done more work, I think, in the union activity of this state than any other man that we've had in a number of years. He may be controversial, according to the papers, if you read your local Clarion Ledger in the state. But that's only opinion of another side of the coin. So anytime he says anything, somebody's got a big gripe to say because they don't agree with it. But that's normal, I think, because most of us don't agree with Clarion Ledger, so that's not unusual. But it is indeed a pleasure for me to present to you the President of the State AFL-CIO, Brother Claude Ramsey.
President Johnson, Father McChesky, fellow officers, delegates to the convention, distinguished guests. First, let me say I appreciate very much those kind words, Brother Johnson. And I especially appreciated what you said about our local newspaper here in the city of Jackson. I don't see any reporters present this morning, so maybe I won't be misquoted. It is a real pleasure to have all of you back in our capital city to take care of the business of the state AFL-CIO, to charter its course for the next 2 years, to make plans and discuss some of the problems that the people of this state are confronted with. I deeply feel the responsibility of my office, and as in the past, I expect here this morning to lay the situation out as I view it, even though it might not be as some people would like to believe. I was very much interested in the remarks of the commissioner this morning and the fact that he acknowledges the fact that we do have problems in our state, that if the economy of Mississippi is to progress, then something must be done about this matter of wages, working conditions, and things of this kind. I've made a number of speeches throughout this state in recent years concerning this matter. We've taken note of the fact that the Mississippi legislature a few years ago passed legislation creating the Research and Development Commission, which was designed to bring the per capita income of our state up to or above the national average by the year 2000. And we've advised people around the state that we're in sympathy with the objectives of the Research and Development Commission, but the state AFL-CIO had no intention of waiting till the year 2000 to get the job done, and I make that statement here this morning. As I've said many times in the past, the program of this organization is very simple. We must organize the unorganized workers of this state, bring their wages and working conditions up through the process of collective bargaining. We must develop a successful political action program to protect the things that we gain at the bargaining table and to secure those things that cannot be secured at the collective bargaining table. That's a simple program, is it not? But it's not simple to implement and carry out, as many of you know here this morning. My address here this morning will largely be a report to you concerning the activities of the organization during the past 2 years. I will not be able to go into detail with you because it would take too much time. I would like to suggest that you sometime during the next 2 or 3 days read the officer's report in your kits in order that you might better know and better understand just what the state AFL-CIO has been doing for the last 2 years. This morning I'd like to discuss with you, frankly, about 3 different subjects, briefly. I'd like to discuss with you the program that we have going on in our state to organize the unorganized workers. I'd like to touch briefly with you on our political action program. And then I'd like to take considerable time this morning to discuss with you the present situation in our capital city as far as the state legislature is concerned. Those of you that were present at our last convention will recall that we proposed at that time a series of conferences to determine whether or not there was sufficient interest on the part of our international unions to try to put together a concerted, coordinated organizing program in our state. And I'm happy to report to you this morning that that program was developed, that it is in progress at the present time, that we have a number of delegates at this convention as a result of that program, that in the past year that over 2.5 elections each month were won in this state as a result of that program. We're proud of that. We think that this means progress in the state of Mississippi. We think that the state's economy is going to prosper as a result of this organizing activity. We feel that within the next few years that the per capita income of Mississippi will be above, at least be off of the bottom of the totem pole from where it is now. Our enemies on occasions, of course, from time to time, as a matter of fact, continually, attacked us because of our activities in this area. But the fact remains that the state FFL-CIO, the people represented here today, are doing more to advance this state than any other single institution. That's my personal feelings of that. Now, so much for that. I'd like to touch briefly on the political situation we have in our state. And as I said before, discuss with you some important things that are going on in our state capital today. Brother Knight will probably go into detail with you on our political program and what was accomplished in the last elections. But I'd like to say this, that you present here this morning were part of that program. We had more success politically in this state in the last election than in any other election in our state's history. As a result of your activity, we have, in my opinion, the most progressive-minded legislature yet to sit down in the city of Jackson. I might change my mind on that in the next few days because they have some important matters over there yet to consider. But if you look at a few votes that's been cast in the legislature in the past few months, you'll have to admit that considerable progress has been made, and that some of these things would have never happened in our capital had it not been for your work in the election of this new legislature. I want to compliment you for what you did in this election. Now, these successes can be attributed in large part to the fact that the state FFL-CIO, our local central bodies, and our local unions were able to develop alliances with other groups. The labor movement in this state is a minority in itself, and if we are to be successful politically, then we must, as a matter of necessity, establish political alliances with people that feel as we do on most major issues, namely doing something about the welfare of the working people of this state. We have, in the past few years, been able to establish good relationship with most of the Negro organizations in the state. And it was with this group largely that we've been able to bring about these successes. Now, as a result of these successes, our enemies have taken note of what we've been doing, And they are now making a real concerted effort to undermine the alliance that we've been able to establish. And as I said earlier, we're going to lay it on the table just like it is. That's the only way I know to do it here this morning. Certain people within the white business community who are bitterly opposed to the aims and objectives of the state FFL-CIO in recent months have been quietly meeting with certain Negro business people in our state. And it appears to me that they're attempting now to put together an alliance of sorts made up primarily of white business people and Negro businessmen that will influence the new Negro voters, who they feel it will then in turn help elect candidates that will not vote for legislation beneficial to the masses of our people. This is an unfortunate situation because 99% of the Negroes in this state are working people. And the programs of this organization are designed to aid and assist and help all working people of this state. Frankly, if I continue to be president of this organization, we do not intend to allow the white business community to pull this one off. I intend in the very near future to call a meeting of the Negro labor leaders in this state. I'm going to insist that the Negro labor leaders in Mississippi proceed to offer leadership to the Negro community and guide these citizens in the right direction. Unfortunately, we've got some Negro leaders in this state that are selfish. They're concerned about furthering their own welfare. We've got some Negro people in this state that are exploiting their own people. And I say to you here this morning that the state FFL-CIO is against exploitation, period. We don't care who's doing the exploiting. We're against it. We're against whites exploiting whites. We're against whites exploiting Negroes. And we're against Negroes exploiting Negroes. That's how simple it is. If Claude Ramsey and the officers of the state FFL-CIO can fight the Ku Klux Klan, the John Birch Society, and all of the right-wing extremists in this state, as we have been doing for the past few years, then I say to you this morning that the Negro labor leaders in this state can also start taking note and doing something about this type of a situation in our state. And as I said earlier, I intend in the very near future to call a meeting of the Negro labor leaders and see if we can't chart a course of our own to do something about this particular situation. Now, I'd like to leave that for just a few minutes and talk about the situation in our state capital. All of you, I'm sure, are aware of the fact that our legislature is in session at the present time, and that a number of bills affecting your welfare and the welfare of the working people of this state are under consideration. And that we are in a position, you might say, of getting it in the neck here in the very near future unless we bestir ourselves, unless we do something about the situation on our Capitol Hill. I'm sure all of you are aware of the fact that the Mississippi legislature, the House of Representatives, that is, in the past few weeks have enacted a state income tax law and have increased the sales tax another 0.5%. All under the guise of doing something about education in our state. I'm sure that all of you feel as I do that something must be done about the pitifully low salaries of our teachers. We went on record time and again on this issue. I don't think there's any group in the state of Mississippi that's done any more, worked any harder to do something about increasing the pay of our school teachers than has this organization. The fact remains that we're also concerned about who pays the tax bill in this state. And the two bills passed by the Mississippi House recently hit the pocketbooks of the working people more than anybody else. The income tax bill that just recently been passed, it's the low and middle income tax people more than anyone else. It does not tax the wealth and the corporations as it should. And of course the sales tax bill that was passed hits everyone and is especially hard on the poor and the working people of this state. We say that no tax revenue measures should be passed until something's done about a number of other issues in this state. Some of the sacred cows. We have a large group of people in Mississippi who are not paying their fair share of the tax load in this state. We have some vested interest in this state who are not paying their fair share of the tax burden. And we say that something should be about these items or these things before taxes are levied, additional taxes are levied upon the backs of the working people of Mississippi. We have been advocating for several years the need of tax reform, the need of statewide reevaluation of property, and a uniform system of assessment on a statewide basis. And we appreciate the fact that several members of the legislature in recent months and our lieutenant governor have taken this position, that something should be done, that something must be done about reevaluation and uniform assessment before any additional revenue measures are passed. And I say to you here this morning that if this legislature does not do something about this issue before it leaves Jackson, I'm going to request of our state executive board that they give me authority to carry this matter into the courts, because I think that we have good and sound constitutional grounds to proceed in this direction. I don't say this as a threat. I say it as a matter of fact, as a matter of necessity. We've got many, many large landholders in this state who are not and who have never paid their proper share of the tax burden in Mississippi. The record shows that over 50% of the revenue collected in Mississippi comes from the sales tax, which means that the working people, the people that you represent, are paying more than their fair share of the tax burden. We've got many, many large corporations, such as International Paper Company, St. Regis, Masonite Corporation, who owns thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of timberland in Mississippi, who are paying very, very little taxes on this property. And this is the type of thing that we're concerned about. We say that it's high time that the state of Mississippi concerned itself with this problem. We have other matters being considered by our state legislature that I think that you'll be interested in. And I'd like to give you a brief report on those things. And try to advise you where we are, because tomorrow night we're going to have a banquet here for the convention, and we're going to have a number of members of the legislature present. And we hope that the delegates will do a little lobbying for us while you're in Jackson, that you'll talk to some of these people and see if you can't convince them that it's time to improve unemployment compensation, for instance. I don't have to tell you, you know, that the working people of this state, again, receive less per week when they're out of work than any other state in the nation. The maximum that an unemployed worker can draw in Mississippi is $30 a week. And that's just not enough. Just not enough to provide the necessities of life. There hasn't been any improvements in unemployment insurance in this state for many, many years. And we say that it's time to make some improvements in this area. We've been working with the Employment Security Commission for several months, attempting to get the commission itself to sponsor legislation to make improvements in this area. We had hoped for a long time that we would be able to get an agreed bill between the State Chamber of Commerce, the State FFL-CIO, and the Manufacturers Association. It appeared to us that all of these groups should recognize the need of improvements in unemployment insurance. Unfortunately, this was not to be done. The State Chamber of Commerce has pretty well agreed with us that some improvements need to be made. They have agreed that the weekly benefit amount should be raised up to at least $40 a week. But the Manufacturers Association at the last minute backed out of the deal, and now I'm advised that they will oppose the bill that has been introduced, that is being sponsored by the Employment Security Commission. We hope that we can enact the bill anyhow. I'd like to advise you what that bill attempts to do in order that you might discuss it with members of the legislature if the opportunity presents itself. I'm sure that all of you are aware of the fact that under the existing law, that an unemployed worker can draw no more than $30 a week. We have a good formula in the law, but there's a little half sentence at the end of that formula that says, provided, however, that no unemployed worker can receive over $30 a week. We've been striving for several years to remove that provided, however, from the law. The Commission has agreed, and the legislation that is under consideration will increase unemployment insurance to $40 a week this year and next year. And in 1970, the mention of provided, however, the maximum amount will be dropped from the law, and a formula based upon 50% of the average weekly wage will take effect. This is not what we want. It's a compromise measure. But if this is done, it'll simply mean this, that as the average weekly wage increases in our state, there will not be a bar as far as a maximum concerned, and it will continue to fluctuate and go up as the average weekly wage also goes up. If that formula was in effect today, for instance, an unemployed worker would receive in the neighborhood of $42 a week. So please make a note of this. This is one of the top priorities on our legislative program. There's no reason in the world that this legislature cannot make improvements in this area. We have had a long period of prosperity. We've had very little unemployment in this state. As a result of that, the trust fund that finances unemployment insurance is in excellent condition. Most of the employers in Mississippi are now receiving the benefit of a real low tax rate as a result of this period of prosperity. and it is time now to make some improvements in this area. The other area that we are concentrating on, that we insist that something must be done on in this session of the legislature, is workmen's compensation insurance. I don't have to tell you that, again, on workmen's compensation insurance, Mississippi is at the bottom of the list of all of the states. An injured worker in this state receives only $35 a week. His life is worth only $12,500, and this is a national disgrace. We say that it's time to do something about this. Legislation has been introduced in both houses to make improvements in this area. We are hopeful that this legislature will increase the weekly benefit amount under workmen's compensation to around $50 a week. We are hopeful that it will increase the death benefit amount to around $20,000 a week. Now, I'm sure that some of you say, well, we're setting our heights pretty high, our sights pretty high. Maybe we are. Maybe we'll have to settle for less. But the state of Georgia just recently did just this. They increased weekly benefits under workmen's compensation to $50 a week, and death benefit amount to $18,000 a year. So I don't think the state of Mississippi can do any less. The other matter that we would discuss with you briefly centers around the fact that we do not have a State Department of Labor or any other department to function as such. And you've heard me say many times in the past that Mississippi thinks more of the fish and game of this state than it does of the working people of Mississippi. The last biennium, Mississippi spent over $4 million to protect the fish and wildlife of Mississippi. But only a little over $30,000 was spent on factory inspection. The State Department of Health is the only department in Mississippi that even offers any pretense of doing something about the working people of our state. The State Department of Health has only two inspectors to inspect the factories in the 82 counties of this state. Now, we've been discussing this matter with a number of members of the legislature. We've got some experts in the Mississippi. We've done a lot of research on our labor laws, or the absence of laws protecting the working people of this state. And we've been able to come up with legislation that would create a Department of Industrial Relations. That legislation was supposed to have been introduced last Thursday. I haven't found out yet whether it's actually put in the hopper or not, but Representative Marby Penton from Pascagoula, those of you from Jackson County will be interested in this, and several other friends of ours, including W.A. Stevens from Corinth, Ed Jolly from over at Meridian, people like this have been working with us on this legislation. And it was supposed to have been introduced last Thursday. If it wasn't introduced Thursday, then it will be introduced today, I'm sure. But that legislation will go a long ways to correct some of the inequities I've just described to you. We've agreed that we don't care what they call this department. If the word labor offends some of the people of this state, we're agreeable. Let's call it something else. The Department of Industrial Relations, all right with us, as long as we have an organization, a department to function and provide the necessary safeguards for the working people of this state. But this is going to have to be done sooner or later in Mississippi. If Mississippi expects to become an industrial state, then there must be established in this state a department to take care of the functions of a state Department of Labor. And I personally don't understand why the industrialists of Mississippi, many of them, some of them are now recognizing the need. I don't understand why they continually oppose the creation of a department such as this. And as a matter of fact, they should be supporting this type of legislation. Because if a system, a good system of factory inspection was installed and initiated in the state of Mississippi, you wouldn't have as many industrial accidents, which means that the insurance premium or workman's compensation would come down, and it would actually save most of the employer's money. And I'm hopeful in the near future that some of these people will come around and realize the fact that they themselves would benefit greatly by the creation of a department such as I've just explained. I couldn't help but take note here a while back and looking over some of the State Chamber of Commerce's literature. They held a series of seminars for the legislature, and I attended one or two of them to see what they were up to, frankly. And I might say that I found that we agreed with them on many, many issues. But I looked at a survey that they had made of the business people in Mississippi, and I discovered in one of their questionnaires they sent out on a State Department of Labor, finding out whether they were in favor or opposed to the creation of the Department of Labor, that they didn't even receive a majority vote against the creation of the Department of Labor. If I remember correctly, only about 45, maybe 47% of the business people in this state that were polled were opposed to a Department of Labor. 30-some-odd% was in favor of it, and the others were undecided. This is encouraging, I think, that the business community in Mississippi, many of them, recognize the need for such a department. And I'm sure that if the message is properly put to them, that the ones that are undecided will agree that it would be to their benefit to have such a department in Mississippi. There's many other things that we'd like to discuss with you here this morning, but time will not permit. We hope you enjoy this convention. We've tried to plan you a good convention. You have the agenda on your desk, or at least in front of you. We pass this out as a guideline for you. It will be necessary for us to make some minor changes from time to time, but the major speakers that you have there will address you at this convention. We look forward to working with you for the next 3 days and visiting with many of you. And if you have any complaints to make, I'd suggest that you take them up with the Secretary of Treasury. Thank you so much. I noticed that Tom didn't boot me when I said that. Now, I'd like at this time to make a couple of announcements and name the committees that will serve the convention. First thing I want to do, Bill Kircher, the director of our organization for the AFL-CIO, who will be our featured speaker this morning, would like to have lunch with the International Union representatives, who I understand Sister Director Starnes is in charge of, and we'd like to know how many organizers and International Union representatives can attend that luncheon. It'll be a Dutch Street affair. Would you stand up and let us get a nose count? The international reps and organizers that would attend this luncheon in honor of Bill Kircher today. Would you stand up and let us take a count? 19. Now, how many CLU presidents do we have present who would like to attend this luncheon? Would you please stand? Central Labor Union presidents who would like to attend this council, this dinner, rather. You don't have to stand. Brother Massey, how many we got? 1, 2, 4. You got them? You got the count, Bob? That's plus the 15 board members up here, right? Okay, so you can proceed to put the name in the pot. Tell them put on the big pot. That'll be in the silver room. Silver room? Rose room, right next to the silver room. All right. Now, Sarah Broom, our distinguished director of the Union Labor Department for ACWA, advises me that she will have to leave us tomorrow and has asked me to put her on tomorrow morning instead of Wednesday afternoon as you have on the agenda. So we're going to try to put her on the Union Labor program that's listed on the agenda at 11:40 in the morning. Will be about that time in the morning, around 11:40, 11:45 in the morning. And she has asked me to request that those of you who have not registered at that desk in the back do so before the day is over. Get your name in the pot. She's going to give away a suit of clothes, some shirts, and things of that kind. So please register with Sarah before you leave out for the day. I'd like to name the committees that will serve the convention along with the Sergeant-at-Arms. Sergeant-at-Arms would be Ray Bryant, Rodney Pierce, E.L. Barnes, and Joe Mullins. Restoration and Credentials Committee be James Jackson, Chairman, Billy C. Williams, Mrs. Floyd Berry, Mrs. Ursula Cullifer, Mrs. Merle Davis, Miss Beth Harper, Mrs. Earlene Pickett, and Paul T. Hayes. That's the Restoration and Credentials Committee. On the Audit Committee, we have J.K. Cullifer, Chairman, Jones R. Fitzhugh, and T.P. McNeil. On the Rules Committee, we have C.E. Schaefer, Chairman, Clifton Dunlap, Byron Greer, J.R. Saucerman, Pauline Fortenberry, May Hodge, G.A. Canfield, and Edward Henry. Constitution and Bylaws Committee. Marvin Taylor, Chairman, R.E. Thompson, V.C. Smith, Clayton Moss, T.L. Nikes, Lois Hampton, Beatrice Boyd, Charles E. Thomas, and Wayman Goodman. Officers Report Committee. George Johnson, Chairman, Dan Butler, W.H. Woods, Maud Graham, Joe Franks, and Mac H. Johnson. Union Labor and Labor Committee. E.J. Brown, Chairman, Elias Hardman, W.W. Steele, Sue Reese, Mary Ward, Lon Gilstrap, Gavin Shoemake, and B.D. Stegall. Social Insurance Committee. H.H. Robbins, Chairman, Raymond Tucker, Marvin Lindsay, L.J. Brown, Maggie Shepard, Virginia Dowdy, Emma Pearl Carter, Arthur Darden, and Billy Reeves. Educational Committee. Clark Massey, Chairman. Obie Stringer, J.E. Peterman, Martha Flippo, Mildred Wynn, R.T. Doty, James Glenn, and Bobby J. Wren. Coke Committee. L.D. Clark, Chairman. Robert Woodson, Doris Miller, E.M. Grantham, Rudy Stringer, Mary Hosney, J.T. McDaniel, Robert E. Thomas, Louise Whitlock, Rudolph Williams, and Odell Roundtree. Legislative Committee. William Pilot, Chairman. M.A. Evans, O.B. Smith, H.G. Wright, M.E. Ferguson, Eula Burdette, and Joel McGee. Organizing Committee. SHD's Chairman. Hubert Mills, W.L. Hines, Leonard McGee, Willie Pettigrew, M.L. Perry, Anna Ainsworth, Leonard Gardner, Mildred Andrews, and B.K. Rutledge. Resolutions Committee. E.V. Edwards, Chairman. T.G. Beckham, Quitman Pickett, Teresa Fulton, Rose Hudson, A.P. Young, Macomb Bynum, C.F. Morris, and Thomas Gardner. I'd like to advise those committees what resolutions have been referred to your respective committees. The Constitution and Bylaws Committee will consider resolutions number 1, 2, and 3. And I might advise the chairman of those committees, those of you who have not received the list, we do have a list of the committees for each chairman. So if you haven't received those yet, please see me immediately after adjournment. We'll pass those out to you. Resolution of these Constitution and Bylaws, resolutions number 1, 2, and 3. Union Labor and Labor Committee will consider resolution number 9. Social Insurance Committee will consider resolution number 7. Educational Committee will consider resolution number 6. The Coke Committee will consider resolution number 8. The Legislative Committee will consider resolutions number 10 and 11. Organizing Committee will consider resolution number 4. And the Resolutions Committee will consider resolution number 5. That's the resolutions that have been introduced. You have most of those resolutions in your kits. There will probably be other resolutions that will either be introduced or formulated by the respective committees. Again, I'd like to advise the members of the chairmen of those committees to pick up the list of the respective committees as soon as we adjourn. Now, it's my pleasure at this time to introduce to you your other full-time officer, man who it's been my pleasure to have worked with for a number of years, a man who has been doing an excellent job for this organization, in my opinion. He's director of your Committee on Political Education, and he's your Secretary-Treasurer. Much of the success that we've had in the recent election can be attributed to the hard work of Thomas Knight. I'm sure that he'll have a number of things that he'll want to discuss with you here this morning. I deliberately avoided discussing the political program this morning as much as I could in order that you might hear more of it from him. But it does give me a great deal of pleasure at this time to present to you Thomas Knight, your Secretary, Treasurer, and Coke Director. Brother Knight.
Mr. President, brother and sister board members, delegates and guests, I appreciate very much the sincere, wholehearted cooperation and assistance that I have received from you for the last 2 years, as I have endeavored to serve as your Secretary, Treasurer, and Director of Political Education. I'm happy to report to you this morning that the financial status of the Mississippi AFL-CIO is somewhat improved over what it was 2 years ago. And of course, this can be attributed to the success that President Ramsey mentioned that we have had in the coordinated organizing effort, in that this has brought about considerable additional affiliation with the state AFL-CIO, and we are very happy about this. However, there is much work yet to be done in this area, and you'll hear more about this further in the convention. After the convention 2 years ago, a new type of public relations project was initiated by the State Council. The Executive Committee authorized your officers to acquire space at the State Fairground and to set up a booth. All of the employers in Mississippi who worked union members were asked, with the cooperation of our good international reps, our business agents that deal with them from day to day, for merchandise products made in Mississippi by union labor to be displayed in the booth at the fair. The locals were asked to furnish volunteers from their membership to man this booth throughout the fair. And I must say that the response was very good. It was good enough that this program was again initiated in 1967. During those 2 years, we registered some 15,000 people at the booth, and we gave away 153 nice gifts, ranging all the way from a shirt or a pair of pajamas or a pair of pants to a set of automobile tires and the complete interior of a room in a home. Now, this was no strings attached. In addition to this, the various international unions affiliated with the AFL-CIO were asked to furnish us their printed material and souvenirs. Some 250,000 pieces of trade union literature was distributed to the fairgoers at the 1966 and 1967 State Fair, in addition to many, many thousands of useful souvenirs and giveaway items. Now, we're reasonably sure that this literature was read to some degree, certainly not all of it. This also gives the union members over this state an opportunity to meet the public, give the public an opportunity to meet union members who turned out actually in many cases to be some of their friends, some of their neighbors, old acquaintances. We feel that this is one of the finest public relations jobs ever attempted by the labor movement in Mississippi. And I might add that we have acquired additional space for the 1968 Mississippi State Fair. And you'll be hearing from us later on this year. Certainly we'll be looking forward to having members from your local come to Jackson and see the fair and help with the booth and meet the people again, register them for free gifts, and of course distribute trade union literature. In 1967, as you recall, we had our state election. There was a number of things unlike elections in the past. In the 1967 election, In previous years, when organized labor at the state or local level endorsed a candidate, all of the opposition immediately attacked the labor-endorsed candidate. This didn't happen in 1967, except one or two isolated situations. And when this, in one or two areas where this happened, where the labor candidate was used as a whipping boy, this only got additional votes for the labor-endorsed candidate. It backfired. And the success that we had at the state level, at the local level, is all a direct result of a lot of hard work on your part, and due to the fact that we had been able to build a coalition of forces here with people in this state of mutual interest. And don't make any mistake about it. As far as statewide contests are concerned, where the Mississippi AFL-CIO made endorsements, all of the people we endorsed were elected with the exception of two. As you recall, no endorsement was made in the race for governor. I don't think the outcome of the race for governor really came as a surprise to anybody in the labor movement. I think we all suspected down deep that it would really wind up as it did. But I think we had some surprises that came to all of us, rather shocking surprises. Some that bothers me, that came off during the campaign. We found out, to our surprise, that we still hadn't arrived at the day when the people who sought the highest office in this state had the intestinal fortitude necessary to stand up and to remain in the kitchen when the heat was on and talk about issues and present a positive program. We found that some of those that we thought were capable of doing that crumbled when the going got rough. As President Ramsey pointed out, we think we have probably the best legislature we've had. And this is due to the work that was done by labor and its political allies. And I can tell you that the message has gotten around to some of those people who are now in the legislature, whose records are totally anti-labor, who didn't have opposition or had only token opposition in 1967. I think the message is crystal clear now to them that if they intend to continue to serve in the state legislature, if they intend to be reelected 4 years from now, 3 years from now, that they are going to have of necessity to change their way of voting during this term of office. Now, we recently had a special election here in the 3rd Congressional District to fill the vacancy created when the governor resigned to take that office. This was a first. 7 men sought the office, 6 Democrats, 1 Republican, 6 white, 1 Negro. Every single candidate met with a committee representing labor in the district. Every single candidate sought labor's endorsement on any basis that we were so minded to give that endorsement. We were surprised at the attitude of all of those candidates to the questions we asked them. It was a marked improvement in the attitude of candidates seeking public office in Mississippi. Labor made no endorsement. There was no basis, no difference in the candidates to the extent that we had a basis for an endorsement in that particular race. Now, I want to talk to you for just a few minutes about the elections in 1968. We are faced with the election of the House of Representatives of the United States. 1/3 of the U.S. Senate and the President and Vice President of the United States. Now, we don't have a Senate seat up for re-election this year in Mississippi. All of the members of the House are up for re-election. Now, we're not sure at this moment if there'll be a contest, but I might remind you that there is much room for improvement in our House delegation. There's much room for improvement. My friends, we can participate, we can contribute to the election of some friends from other states if we do the job in our political education program at the local union level, the central body level, and the state council level that we are capable of doing and that we must do. Now, we have kind of a wide variety of choices this year. We're going to have a lot of propaganda, a lot of confusion, a lot of prying on the emotions of the citizens of Mississippi as well as the citizens all across this country. We're not only going to have a candidate of the Democratic Party, we're going to have a candidate of the Republican Party, and I'm afraid it's not going to be one that we can take any pride in. We're also going to have a third party headed by a guy by the name of George Wallace. And I say to you that there's three people that are going to create more confusion, scatter more propaganda, and pry on the emotions of more people in this country of ours in 1968 than any other three people in this country. And those people are Stokely Carmichael, George Wallace, and Ralph Brown. They're all three one and the same. They're looking out for number one, my friends. And it's incumbent upon you and I, as leaders in the trade union movement here in the Magnolia State of Mississippi, to face our responsibility as citizens, as taxpayers, as trade unionists, to stand on our feet flat and to face the issues and call a spade, and to attempt to make the membership see what the facts of life are in the campaign of 1968. I want to go back just a little bit to the days of the Depression. Some of you people here are not old enough to remember the Depression. I was a big boy. I remember the patched overalls. I remember the beans, the relief flour, about 10 pounds of worms to 10 pounds of flour. I remember the old relief beef. Had it not been for that, I'd have starved to death, my friends. And I know all of you that are old enough to remember those times experienced some real tough going. It was the Democratic administration of President Franklin D. Roosevelt that started this country on the road to progress in the midst of the greatest depression we've ever experienced. It was under the Roosevelt administration that you and I, as members of a trade union, got the right to legally be, my friends. Don't forget that. And this is a responsibility that we have today, to be sure that the rank and file members remember this, and that those that were too young to remember know about the facts of life. It was the administration of Roosevelt that gave us the National Labor Relations Act, that gave us the Social Security, the minimum wage, and many, many other programs. These programs were continued in the administration of Harry Truman. Of course, then we had the Eisenhower administration, where we just kind of floated with the tide, let the big ones hit the little ones. Then we came along and picked up with the Kennedy administration and continued with progress. followed by the administration of President Lyndon Johnson. And we're going to have these people like George Wallace floating over the United States of America telling the people that they ought to vote for him. Well, I asked you in all sincerity this morning, how many programs, what kind of legislation that we have ever got out of George Wallace in his life? Now it's time that we look at the record, my friend, that we look at the facts of life. We're going to have to make a choice this year in the election for President of the United States. It's the most unfortunate that the Democratic Party in Mississippi is in the sad shape that it's in, despite the fact that Mississippi has benefited probably more from the programs, the legislation of the National Democratic Party and the administration than any other state in this union, that the politicians have kept the state out of the mainstream of the Democratic Party for the most of the time in the last 20 years. And it's time you and I, as voters in this state and as Democrats, do our job and face our responsibility into helping put the party in Mississippi back in the mainstream of the Democratic Party. It's time that once again, my friends, that the delegation from Mississippi in 1968 go to the convention willing and ready to participate and take part in the deliberations rather than to go and stage a nationwide coast-to-coast television walkout. I don't think this state will ever get over the show that was put on by Alva Ross in Los Angeles in 1960. It's going to take a long time to live this down. My friends, I want to call your attention just briefly to the legislative program of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the manufacturers of the National Association of Manufacturers and some other rich, nationally based, anti-labor organizations. And my friends, make no mistake about it, unless you and I exert every effort that we can, unless we use our talents and our influence with the membership of organized labor in Mississippi, unless we contribute to the election in one way or another of a pro-labor Congress and the election of a President of the United States who has the welfare of the masses of the people at heart, this program could become law. And it certainly is not designed to help you and I. Number one, do we want a federal open shop law? No, we don't. Number two, do we want compulsory arbitration in all labor disputes? No, we don't. Number three, do we want to eliminate voluntary contributions from the members to go toward the support of labor-endorsed candidates? Have a voluntary Coke dollar? Do we want that outlawed? No. Number four, do we want to eliminate multi-union bargaining? No. Do we want the National Labor Relations Board abolished and replaced with a labor court? No. Do we want to place labor unions under antitrust laws? No. Now, this is just a few of the items that are included in the legislative program, the so-called labor reform program of the National Association of Manufacturers and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and other business interests. Now, my friends, this is all on the line. And I say to you again that if we prevent this type of thing from becoming law, from being hung around the necks of the labor movement in this country, then we had better use every hour of every day of every week in 1968 to the very best possible advantage. We had better initiate every program use every means that we have at our command to see that the rank and file membership is reminded of the facts of life, is reminded of the legislation that has been passed, which has benefited the members of the labor movement and all of the working people across this country. My friends, we had better in every local union, we had better initiate a Coke dollar drive. These dollars are most important. They may not go to elect anybody who would be friendly to us in Mississippi, but in all probability they will elect some friends in Pennsylvania, Michigan, California, wherever it may be. This is most important. And if you haven't initiated a Coke dollar drive in your local union, I urge you to start one immediately. And I want to take this occasion, and I think we will all join in congratulating CWA Local 3517 in Tupelo, Mississippi, who is tied for first place with CWA Local 3317 in Pikeville, Kentucky, as being the first in the United States to complete their Coke quota, $1 per member for 1968. I'd like to hear a nice round of applause for Tupelo CWA. They've had an awful hard time. They've tried twice and tied for first place. Maybe EV, maybe you can do better next time, beat those Kentuckians to the draw. In conclusion, my friends, let me say this again, that it behooves each of us to take any step that we think appropriate, effective, to attempt to educate our members, remind our members of times that have gone by, remind them of the decisions that we have to make, and to try to impress upon them the importance of making these decisions based on fact, based on a record of accomplishments, my friends, and not go to the polls and let emotions control their voting. I don't think we can stress this too much. Every attempt on earth will be used this year to appeal to the emotions of our people. We can't afford this. The time has come when we have to settle back in our check, when we have to take inventory. We have to look at the record, my friends, and see what that is. See who has really delivered the goods. And I say to you, if you'll look at the record, that you will find that the present administration of President Lyndon Johnson has produced more legislation beneficial to more people than any we've had in the history of this country. Now that's a fact. That's not what some fly-by-night, self-centered, self-interested, playboy politician might tell you. That's the fact. And it's time that we look at the facts. And I'm convinced that if you and I will do the job that we are capable of doing in political education in Mississippi in 1968, I believe that we will have a delegation representative of all of the people in this state to go to the National Democratic Convention and to take part in the deliberations of that convention in selecting the nominees of the party for president and vice president. And I believe that a president will be elected who has demonstrated a genuine desire to try to do something for the underprivileged, yes, indeed, for all of the people of this country. And if we will do our job as we know how to do it, I think we can look back and say, well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Knight, for those timely remarks. Joe, is Bill here yet? Is he here? Would you bring him on up? While we're waiting on our next speaker, I'd like to introduce some guests that we have with us today. Saw my wife come in back there. She didn't know I saw her, but stand up and let them see what you look like. And I see right next to her, just before they put the lights on, Mrs. Bill Stanley. Would you stand up, Miss Stanley? The wife of W.O. Stanley, the director of CWA, state director. Now they got me blinded here. We are proud this morning that we have an officer of one of our fellow councils, the Secretary Treasurer of the Arkansas State AFL-CIO, E.J. Jacobs. Would you stand up and let him see you back there, little Jacobs? Glad to have you with us. We have quite a few other guests with us this morning, and I hope before the day is over that we will be able to acknowledge their presence. I see that our distinguished guest and speaker of the day has arrived, and it appears that we're just a little bit ahead of schedule, so maybe he can spend a little more time than he originally planned. But we are fortunate this morning to have with us the Director of Organization for the AFL-CIO. I've known Bill Kircher for several years myself, even before he assumed his present duties. And I can truthfully say that he and his department have cooperated to the fullest extent with this organization. I reviewed with you briefly this morning the coordinated organizing program that we have going on in our state. Reported to you some of the successes that we've had in the field of organization. And I can say to you here this morning that had it not been for the cooperation that we here in Mississippi received from Bill Kircher in his office, we would not have had as many of those successes. He has seen fit, in connection with this program, to open up a full-time office here in the city of Jackson. Brother Bob Starnes, the Assistant Director, Region 7, is coordinator of that program. Frankly, we're just tickled to death that Bill Kircher could find time to come to Mississippi. We thought we'd get him down at our last one, but he became involved in a farm strike situation out in California and was not able to be with us. And I was fearful that maybe California or someplace else would be calling on him before he arrived in Mississippi, but he's here. And we're happy to introduce to you at this time Bill Kircher, the Director of Organization for the AFL-CIO. Brother Kircher.
Thank you, President Ramsey, Secretary Treasurer Knight, officers, delegates to this convention of the Mississippi State AFL-CIO, and friends. I appreciate those kind words. Claude, organizers don't get too many of them, as you know. I'm always a little worried about introductions anyhow. Sometimes feel like the story of the widow who was seated in the front row at the funeral services with her children as they were holding the open casket ceremonies for her deceased husband. And the minister was extolling his many virtues, what a great man he was, and the great things that he did, how kind he was to his family, how good he was to his wife. finally she leaned over to her oldest boy and said, "Go up there and take a look. I'm not sure we're at the right funeral." I'm very happy, first, to bring you not only fraternal greetings, but heartfelt good wishes for all of you in the AFL-CIO family here in Mississippi from President George Meany. I want to tell you that his health is very, very good. His mind is very active and alert, and his energy is boundless. And I think that he must be by now characterized as the most aggressive and helpful leader for workers in a federated structure in the history of the labor movement in this country, at a period of time when the interests are very diffuse and the problems are very great. And I'm sure you join me in being happy for his leadership. And I want you to know that upon his knowledge that I was coming here, he asked me to extend to you these kind of greetings. I am personally glad to be here for many reasons, but probably mostly for two reasons. Number one, I've looked forward for quite some time having the opportunity to say directly to you what great leaders I think you have, to commend them to you in your presence, and to tell you that I think that when you measure the problems that a labor movement in a state like this has, for all of the reasons that you know better than I, and they persevere and they struggle and they stay working at the job, if I don't do anything more than tell you that I think it's great for you and it's great for us that you've got leaders like Claude Ramsey and Tom Knight, and if I may say so, Bob Starnes and Lige Williams, and some of the other full-time leadership that I know in this state, but most particularly for your president, President Ramsey, and Secretary-Treasurer Knight. You know, when you live inside of one particular situation, your perspective is limited by the sides of the walls that are the only things that you see. I happen to sit at a position where I am looking constantly at 50 different states and 50 different state AFL-CIO councils. And when I look at some that have long since crossed the threshold of beating down the resistance movements that you still struggle with, when I look at some who have massive labor movements with memberships in their state that border on and in some cases exceed 1 million members, and then I look down into the deep southern areas and I contemplate the work that you do against the odds that you must struggle with, I would feel very remiss if I didn't take advantage of this opportunity to commend you, and particularly to commend your leadership. And I think that probably the second reason that it's pleasant for me to come here is because it is really such an unusual time in the life of our nation, and really therefore a very unusual time in the life of our movement, and particularly in our organizational lives. We today stand at the highest point of union membership in the history of our movement. some of the things that are said in the press and other places notwithstanding, the membership of unions that make up National AFL-CIO today total well in excess of 14 million members. And that figure has reached a point where it exceeds what we had at membership levels at the time of the merger between the AFL and the CIO in 1955. And I want to quickly point out that that takes into consideration picking up the slack that was lost in 1957 when 3 major unions were expelled from the AFL-CIO under the Ethical Practices Code and Procedures of the National AFL-CIO. We have regained that membership and have gone past the point that we stood at the date before their expulsion. And while our membership has grown to the highest point, the unorganized segment of the labor movement, those workers who are eligible for union membership but are not members of union, has at the same time grown to its highest point. And I suppose that really we're in the same position that we're always in as union leaders. Whatever kind of progress we make, it's never quite enough. There is much more to do. Whatever we get at the bargaining table to advance the economic welfare of our members is good today, but it doesn't wipe out what we must do tomorrow. Whatever we are able to get done in the legislative halls of the state governments may make us feel good as we attain a level of accomplishment, but we know that the job is what we need to do tomorrow. And so we can look at the one hand at the greatest level of growth attainment in the history of organized labor, but we are forced to look at the same time at the greatest level of unorganized workforce in the history of this nation. Well, we live, as you know, today in an age of public relations. We live in an age where image making, sometimes whether the facts are dealt with or not, isn't important. It's what you can make things appear to be. We find that in organizing, you don't dare do this. That very frequently, the progress of the union depends on dealing with the facts and the truth the way they are, whether it helps us or whether it hurts us. Somebody told me that Claude was seated talking to some people in this state, parts of the power community, parts of the legislative and political machinery, part of the industrial complex of the nation. And they had agreed some time back to try to do something about the general image of labor relations in this state. And I am told that one of the guys from industry spoke up and said, well, Claude, we're going to quit picking on unions. We're going to quit fighting you when there are elections. We're going to try to make your life a little more pleasant. This is what we're going to try to do. I'm told Claude said, fantastic. And I understand that one of the legislative leaders said, and we are going to try to quit picking on you as far as the laws are concerned, and we're going to try to help you a little bit with the unemployment compensation and industrial compensation and some of the other things in which you have an interest. We're really going to try to help you. And I'm told Claude said again, fantastic. And I understand about that time, one of the business community power structures said that we're going to quit trying to divide you and publicize you badly in the newspapers as we have in the past. And Claude said, fantastic. And then they turned to him and they said, "What is the union going to do?" And he said, "Well, we have engaged Dale Carnegie, and he's been giving our leadership some courses." He said, "Well, what have you learned, Claude?" And Claude said, "Well, not much yet, except he's taught us, instead of saying that's a damn lie, to say fantastic." So that public relations, image making, is one of the problems that we have to deal with today. In organizing, we think that you have to deal with the facts, whether they're good or whether they're bad. We know that there are more members in AFL-CIO than there have ever been before. We know there is a greater potential than there has ever been before. Back in 1955, when the AFL and CIO merged, we felt this was going to be a springboard for some real growth in the union movement in this nation. At that time, approximately 42% of the workforce that was eligible for union membership were indeed members of unions. Today, that number has slipped to about 34 or 35%, so that the growth that we anticipated, while we have maintained a numerical level that is pretty good, has not occurred in terms of keeping up with the size of the workforce. Some of you will remember back in 1947, I think it was, about that time, a guy by the name of Henry Wallace wrote a book, and the title of that book was 60 Million Jobs. And Henry Wallace was predicting that sometime in the reasonably near future, this nation was going to have to provide 60 million jobs for wage and salary earners, and they laughed at him. Today, the workforce has reached at its peak almost 75 million. And of the 75 million, there are about 50 to 55 million who are eligible for union organization. Slightly less than 20 million of those are in unions of some form or another, and mostly in AFL-CIO unions. And there's between 32 and 35 million who are eligible for union organization who are not members of unions. Why? What has made it difficult? Well, if you stop and think, you know a lot of the reasons yourself. Taft-Hartley, federal legislation, Landon-Griffin, the impact of a big business-dominated Congress and executive from 1952 to 1960 made the job of organizing particularly difficult. You will remember the senatorial investigations and the manner in which we were painted all over the nation as racketeers and as people involved with the hoodlums. And this was used against us, the general legislative climate, the economic climate, the fact that the great economic depression of the 30s, which drove so many workers in the direction of unionism, is a dim part of a history book. It's a little page in a civics manual that the kids may get in high school. It's something that they read about the same way they read about Caesar's Gallic Wars. It's something that they have no identity with. They don't listen to unemployment talked about at the breakfast and dinner table as many of us did when we were youngsters. They don't have their lives shot through with the kind of economic fears that characterized our attitudes as we were growing up. We have had the longest sustained period of relatively high economic stability and job security in this country than has been enjoyed by any other system like this before in the history of the world. This is not to say that things are rosy and beautiful, but when we know that now for over 4 years, the unemployment level has not exceeded roughly 6% to 6.5%, this means that on the other side of the picture, we have had from 92 to 93 to 94% full and total employment in many of the periods of time. So that the economic climate that helped condition and motivate people towards unionism has changed substantially, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. the phenomena of credit today, the manner in which working people are part of the owner class, and this is the way it should be, this is the way we want it, but it was not like that a quarter of a century ago. We didn't own anything. We didn't own houses. We didn't own real estate. We didn't own books and television sets and all of the other things that characterize our growth into the middle class areas of our economy. A worker had very little to risk as he involved himself with a unionizing effort 20 and 30 years ago. Today, nearly every worker in this nation has his paycheck committed long before he gets it, in terms of house payments, television payments, automobile payments, and the whole phenomena of credit has placed him at a level in the economic strata of this nation where he is personally concerned about things that would rock his economic boat. And the boss does a pretty good job of equating unionism with something that might rock his economic boat, that talks of strike and trouble and this sort of thing. So that these general economic conditions, which have changed so radically, we feel have had a great impact upon the difficulty that is experienced by many organizers today as they help workers in their efforts to unionize. The workforce itself, the difference today. Take the level of education in this country. It has gone up approximately 4 years on the average. Now, what I am saying that today, the 25-year-old in the workforce will have a little over 4 years more formal education than had the 25-year-old worker a quarter of a century ago. And I'm sure you'll agree that this has a great impact on the attitude of workers towards organizing and the difficulty that we may have in communicating with them. Better than half of the population today, the average age, I should say, it's an easier way to put it, the average age of the population is about 26 years. And this means that there are people in the workforce today who have no attitude with respect to the role of the union, who do not think in terms of the benefit structures that they enjoy as they come into the workforce and the role that the labor movement has had in placing them there. All over this nation, organized and unorganized, people take paid vacations for granted. They take holidays for granted. They take hospitalization programs, medical protection, pension programs, overtime, all of the various things that we have grown to accept. Many of us have even forgotten that most of them were instituted as the result of some real bitter struggle on the part of organized working men and women. And this day is gone, and it makes it difficult because I don't have to tell you, the young people aren't interested in what was done 20 or 25 years ago. If we're going to spend our time as we talk to the young people in the workforce, telling them all of the great things that the labor movement did back 20 or 25 years ago, we might as well not waste our time. I tell many organizers, you know, and I'm sure this has happened to you, when my kids were growing up, I remember when my oldest boy got to be old enough to have dates and go to dances and wanted the automobile, he'd come to me and he wanted the car, he wanted full of gasoline, and he wanted $5. And I would sit him down and explain a few of the facts of life and tell him how it was with Mom and me when we were his age, you know, and that we didn't have a car, and we're lucky if we had money to ride the streetcar, and, you know, the business, and maybe I could afford to buy her a Coke, but not even take her to a show. You've all told them the same story, and what happens? They look at you very courteously if they've been raised right. And when you finish, they as much as say, well, that was you, not me. I need the automobile, and I need $5, and I want to fill with gasoline. And this is really one of the problems that we have today in dealing with the young elements in the workforce. We need to relate the union to the problems that they have as young workers. And there are an awful lot of them today in the workforce. The impact of female employment in the labor movement today becomes a growth challenge as far as union organizing is concerned. The manner in which skill and professionalism and technical training is a bigger factor today because of the technological revolution and the impact of automation makes the job and the challenge of organizing and growing a little different than it used to be. The manner in which those segments of the workforce which take a great deal of professional training, social workers, teachers, engineers, financial people, and all of these categories that have never been real receptive in the past to union organization are becoming greater and greater and greater portions of the workforce is another reason that the challenge for growth has been so great. And these are some of the reasons as we skip over them quickly. The job of growing more than we have grown has been a little bit difficult. And of course, one of the greatest reasons, and one that we can spend a little time talking about, is the boss himself. You know, back in the early days of organizing, in the labor movement as we know it today, if somebody were to ask me who made the greatest contribution to union growth, I think I'd have to say the boss. His stupidity, his greed, his lack of understanding about what makes workers tick and what they wanted. And it was this sort of thing on the part of the employer that actually drove people in many cases into unions. But the boss is a different kind of a character today. He is frequently college trained himself, and when he isn't, he goes into the colleges and hires people with master's degrees in psychology who are experts in motivational psychology and research, and who can come in and help him to define the kind of programs that not only keeps the workers from getting excited about unionism, but does a pretty good job of putting a dampener on whatever desires they may have. The job of fighting the union and its growth has become one of the major facets of corporate America's general policy, and they do it in much more subtle and much more effective ways than they have done it in the past. And we're not just, when we talk about this, making wild, unsupported charges. Let me tell you that we do a great deal of organizational research in depth, and we don't miss a state, including yours here in Mississippi. Let me tell you that just a year ago we completed a study that involved over 600 elections conducted by the National Labor Relations Board all over the country. And we found that in 94% of those elections, which were sought by the employer, and let me explain that one. Many people think that the union seeks NLRB elections. We don't seek NLRB elections. We get workers who sign authorization cards indicating that they want the union to represent them. And at the point that we have a majority of them, we can and legally do, under the law, notify the employer that we represent a majority of his employees. And under the law, unless that employer has a, quote, good faith doubt, end quote, about our actually representing a majority of the employees, he is supposed to recognize the union and start bargaining with it. Well, I don't have to tell you, he always has a good faith doubt. But the point I want to make, and thereby causes the election to take place, when he says he has a good faith doubt, then the question with respect to that doubt is solved by an NLRB election through the secret ballot processes. So it's the employer who causes the election to take place. We find that in 94%, that's 9.5 out of 10, that's 19 out of 20 cases where the employer indicates a good faith doubt. He then engages in some kind of an anti-union campaign before the election takes place. 94% of the cases, he engages in an anti-union campaign. And we find that when he refrains from engaging in an anti-union campaign, and there are a few cases where they have, the union has won over 95% of those elections. In other words, when the employer, in an honest and an honorable way, says nothing more than, well, I don't want the union, but this is up to you people, the union wins virtually all of those elections. It's when he enters into an anti-union campaign and frightens them with suggestions that maybe the plant will move away if they organize. Or if they vote for the union, they may have to work with the kind of people that they don't have to work with if they don't have a union. And you know the things that I'm talking about. When they don't enter into those kind of campaigns, the union wins 95% of the elections, indicating that there is a normal and a natural and honest receptiveness on the part of working people to the idea of joining together with their fellow workers in a union designed to promote the general welfare and their mutual good. And incidentally, in those elections where the company refrains from engaging in anti-union campaigns, the margin of victory runs as high as 7-1 on the part of the union. And of course, this is exactly the reason the employer gets into these campaigns, because he knows if he doesn't, the people are going to vote the union in. They know that when the worker is given a half a chance, that he's going to vote in favor of the union. And we have noticed in the last 2.5 years a rapid change and an upswing with respect to the attitude of workers toward unions in these campaigns, even where the anti-union campaign and attitude on the part of the management and the employer exists. For example, right here in Mississippi, and there are some people who ought to look a little closer at it than they do. There were in the state in 1966, there were roughly about 50 NLRB elections held. The AFL-CIO unions won 57% of those elections. Now, first, let me tell you that the national average for the same year was between 53 and 54%, so that the percentage of victory here in Mississippi was slightly higher than was the national average. There were slightly over 4,000 people involved in units for which elections were won, and there was almost the same number involved in units for which elections were lost. This is not quite as good, but very close to the same as the national average. What is really significant in looking at the figures here is that even among the elections lost in Mississippi, the average percentage vote in favor of the Union exceeded 40%. So there was no real big washout. Even where the Union lost in the campaign, 40% or more of the workers voted in favor of the Union. This means that you are only dealing with a narrow little 10% swing area that would, in terms of averages, have changed a 57 performance record into very nearly a 100% performance record. And I think that you need to know that. I don't think that anybody is going to be impressed by these facts. I don't think anybody in the management community is going to quit fighting us. I think, as a matter of fact, they'll fight even harder. And I'm really not making a case here, or trying to, that management should quit fighting. You know, when you get right down to it, labor-management relations are adversary relations. They always have been in our system, and they always will be. And those people who would judge responsibility in the labor movement on the basis of tranquility should get themselves squared around a little. You know, there's nothing more tranquil than a corpse. And the labor movement is never going to become that kind of tranquil. It's an adversary situation, and we are always going to have struggles. And if you want to find out just how much strife and struggle is an intrinsic part of our system, just bear in mind that while Russia has many, many labor unions, it never has any strife. There are never any strikes. There are never any boycotts. A lot of union members and a lot of union officials. No strikes in Russia. No strife, no struggle, no boycott in Russia. The union machinery is essentially the machinery for the state to funnel into the workers' minds the programs that it devises for them. And the workers have no chance to retaliate, to vote back, to strike, or to struggle to improve themselves through the process of self-help. So any time that anybody tries to characterize your union as something irresponsible because you involve yourself in adversary procedures with the management, point out to them that the day you don't have an adversary procedure between labor and management in this country, the country is in bad shape. I think that while they might not be impressed by some of the election figures, while the management people in Mississippi might not be impressed, it seems to me, and I thought of this as I listened to your two officers earlier today, they would start to become impressed by the fact that wherever the labor movement is the strongest in this country, wherever it has attained the greatest levels of status, the general economy of the community is the best. You go into a state where there is a big labor movement, and I will show you a state which pays teachers very well, which spends a tremendous part of its per capita on education, whose public services, whose public health facilities, whose mental hospital programs are all at a very high level. I will show you states whose unemployment compensation doubles and in some cases is now getting to the point where it almost triples some of the payments that you receive. And it would seem to me that the power structure of this state, if it really has the welfare of the general public at heart, would begin to look at the unfailing manner in which these kind of economic statistics prove the constant relationship between high levels of union growth and membership with high levels of community service, public welfare, and a general salutary economic condition. I hate to harp constantly at the management community, but they need to be told in every possible forum about their transgressions. Do you know that in 1966, all over this nation, there were slightly over 8,000 National Labor Relations Board elections held. In the same period of time, there were over 10,000 unfair labor practice charges filed against employers for the manner in which they violated the law in order to prevent the workers from unionizing. For the last 8 years, I believe it is, the number of unfair labor practice charges against employers has set a new record each year. Each year is higher than the last. And by next year, by 1969, the number will just about exactly double for the 10-year period from 1957. This is the kind of a performance the management is making today. They have, well, we know from our studies that while we have a normal victory percentage, all unions have a national victory percentage in NLRB elections of between 52 and 54%. In those cases where the management has unfair labor practices successfully charged against them, that percentage falls to as low as 35%. So you see, the name of the game is simply the willingness of the management community to subvert the law or to even violate the law, simply as a means to avoid its responsibility of meeting its workers at the bargaining table. Against these kind of odds, against these kind of activities on the part of the management community, the labor movement is continuing to grow. It is continuing to make progress in terms of its general economic levels. It's continuing to make progress in terms of the manner in which it is appealing to new members. It's a very difficult task. It's one that you have to live with every day, those of you who are leaders, and it just doesn't happen by accident. One of our favorite stories in the organizational department in this respect is the story of the Irishman in New York City who was walking down the street one day and a plate glass window fell out and crashed on the sidewalk. It frightened him and he fell to the sidewalk. And realizing he wasn't hurt, he started to get up. And as he did, he looked up and saw the name of the corporation from whose building the window had fallen. It was a gigantic corporation, a very wealthy one, and so he just laid there on the sidewalk and figured this was a good chance to clean up. And they came and took him to the hospital, and he couldn't move. He sued for $1 million, and he got a jury trial. And the day of the trial, they wheeled him into the hospital on a white cot. It was very dramatic. With the jury trial, he won a full award. At the conclusion of the trial, the attorney for the corporation came over to him and said, "Pat, we want you to know something. We know that you're not permanently injured. You're not even temporarily injured. You won the award, okay. We want you to know that every day of every week of every month for the rest of your life, we're going to have a guy following you. And the first day that you get up off of that cot or out of that wheelchair, we're going to have you back in this court for fraud." And Pat said, "You know," he said, "there's something I should be telling you." He said, "When they wheel me out of here, they're going to put me in an ambulance that's going to take me out to John Kennedy Airport. And there they're going to put me in an airplane that's going to fly me over to Paris, France. And then they're going to put me in an ambulance there. It's going to take me up to the shrine of Our Lady of Lourdes, and I think the greatest miracle of the century is going to take place there that afternoon. It would be great if we could approach the problems that we have in growth, the problems that we have in organizing, the problems that we have in terms of legislative challenges, hopefully expecting a miracle, but it isn't that way. In closing, let me tell you that I think that we really have a miracle in the labor movement. And you know, miracles have been defined as things that people believe deeply enough in happening that they do happen. And I think we have a miracle in our form and in our structure, in what we're here for and in what we're supposed to do. You ever stop to think that the AFL-CIO is a family of 128 different national and international unions with between 14 and 15 million members. Spread all over this nation, there are 60,000 local unions of AFL-CIO unions. There are over 800 local central bodies in this nation, and every state with a functioning state body. There is no other segment of our order other than government which has a more complete network of representation and interest at every level of every community than does the labor movement. And when you start to think of this kind of miracle and the manner in which our purpose is one to really help ourselves by helping others, the fact that only through the machinery of unionism do you have the kind of continuing mechanics to help people and to help the community. Look back and review for yourself sometime the great accomplishments of your union, and not just what it has meant to you and your members, but what it has meant to the total community. We spend more of our money in Washington lobbying for all of the people than we do lobbying just for our people. Medicare, Medicaid, education, Social Security, minimum wage, health and safety laws, we are the biggest lobbying force for this kind of social legislation in the nation's capital. And never is there even a suggestion that the results of those efforts be restricted to those who pay dues and are members of our union. It is really the people's lobby, and it's one that you can be proud of. And the miracle that I think exists is the manner in which all of us, when banded together in this kind of an operation, with our eyes towards the kind of goals that we set for ourselves, not just for our members, but for the total community, will one day be looked upon with the same kind of thankful evaluation that we can look back upon the efforts of those who preceded us. The fact that we have a public school education system in this country had its very beginnings in the working men associations of those days. And every bit of broad social and economic progress from that time to this present time has had the leadership, and in some cases almost the exclusive leadership, of the labor movement, whatever it was at that time. And we sit here today in the kind of comfort that reflects the hard work and the sacrifice of those who made the miracle work in the decades past. And I say to you that the job all of us have today is to make that miracle continue to work. And all of the ingredients are here. The challenge is here. The field is here. The problems, the leadership, our participation. If it fails, it does not fail because the problem was too great. If it fails, it doesn't fail because the problem wasn't there. It's the kind of miracle that can only fail if we make it fail. And the only way we can make it fail is to refuse to recognize the kind of broad responsibilities we have and the deep importance of every bit of energy each one of us needs to put into our role as a leader to make it come about. And I say to you that in my estimation, this is one of the real great miracles. And you know, as you sit here today, I am sure there are people sitting here who might not have anticipated that this could ever have come to pass. I am not an expert in Mississippi or some of the states of the South. But I'm sure there are people here who see great social and economic accomplishments that they can attach almost exclusively to the vigor and the determination of the labor movement, fighting at many times against great odds. Accomplishments here today, visible accomplishments that would not have occurred without this kind of performance by organized workers. Don't be ashamed of being excited about your union. Don't be ashamed of being demanding with respect to the role that it needs to fill and the job that it needs to do. I tell people all over this nation that I am as fiercely proud of the AFL-CIO as I am of anything short of my family and my church. And very frankly, I put all three of them awfully close together. And I think anybody who thinks of his union and what it needs to be cannot help but reach that kind of conclusion. And I don't want to sermonize, but I just want to, in closing, say that the manner in which we have overcome the obstacles of the past is precisely the best guarantee we have of progress in the future. Certainly some of the machinery, some of the methods, some of the techniques must be modernized and updated. But the basic atmosphere in which they will flourish and upon which their progress must depend is the atmosphere of all of us believing that the union is a great force for great good for all people, and then making sure that we do our share to make it work. I think you have done this more and more in this state. You are to that extent a great inspiration to workers, particularly in their organized union form all over this nation. I would say to you, each year, renew the vow to more vigorously pursue the goals that you have set for yourselves. Because if this state is to be what I think it's destined to be, it's going to occur very largely as a result of what you, as leaders of the organized labor movement in this state, do to make it come about. Thank you very much for having me here today.
Thank you very much, Bill, for those fine remarks. We hope that you can spend some time with us. That you don't have to rush back, but we understand that you do have a rather tight schedule and that you probably will not be able to spend the entire convention with us. But we do appreciate very much your appearance here this morning, and we'll look forward to working with you and your department in the future. I'd like to introduce some of the guests that we have present now at this time and name a committee to escort our speaker this afternoon. Stein McCabe will be on our program this afternoon representing the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, Consumer Affairs Department of that department. And I'm going to introduce some of our lady representatives and ask them to serve on that escort committee. Ms. Sue Herring Meredith. Sue, stand up and let us see you. You here? Sue in the back. ACWA representative. Emma D. Jarrett, also with ACWA. Emma D. Mrs. Irene Dunlap, also with ACWA. Here. Frida Guyton with ACWA. Frida. Jessie Bingham with ACWA. Where's Jessie? We're certainly glad to have you ladies with us. We'd like to ask you to serve on the escort committee along with Beth Harbor and Mrs. Jennings Davis, who are the two lady members of our board. Would you please act as an escort committee for our speaker this afternoon? We have a number of international union representatives that we'd like to introduce that are here with us today. See Ray Smithart sitting in the back, international representative with the Rubber Workers Union. Ray, stand up and take a bow. Ray has been doing a real bang-up job for the Rubber Workers Union. I'd hope that Brother Kircher could hear this report. I believe 2 years ago we had, 4 local unions chartered in the state, Ray? Now we got 10, haven't we? We got about 10 locals chartered in the state now, one of the fastest growing unions in the state. I also saw Hubert Mills sitting back there a few minutes ago. Hubert with the Chemical Workers Union. Another fast-growing union in our state, chemical, how many locals you got chartered now, Hubert? 13. 13 chemical workers, locals in the state, which means that they're more than double the number of local unions here since our last convention. I saw Cornelius Forrest around here somewhere a few minutes ago with the packing house workers. Would you stand up, Cornelius? Another union that's made tremendous progress in our state. As a matter of fact, this particular union did not have a local chartered in Mississippi when we had our last convention. And how many you got now, Cornelius? 4 or 5? 3 chartered, but you won several other elections. 2 more pending. Right. 3 chartered, 3 contracts, and elections results depending before the board of the National Labor Relations Board, and a number of others. Let me introduce several international reps to you now, who are guests of the convention. Jennings Davis with ACWA. You here? Oh, I didn't see you over there. W.D. Christie with the machinist. I knew he was talking when he ought to have been listening there. See that thing he's got around his neck? Raymond D. Oliver, Vice President of the Firefighters Union. Brother Oliver, we're certainly glad to have you with us. Doing a real good job with the firefighters. John Gillespie with IBEW. Where's John? Is he here? John's a former member of our board. Anyhow, he's around here. We hope to have some people from the local that he's just chartered in Jackson at the convention before it's over with, out here at Presto, one of the recent victors of IBEW. Wiley Smith, the Upholsters International Union. probably stepped out. T.H. Vincent with the packing house workers. To have you with us. Clay Higginbottom, also with UPA, packing house workers. Glad to have you with us. Joe Bloodworth with the Office Workers Union. Glad to have you with us, Mr. Bloodworth. Edgar Barton with the Upholsters Union. Brother Barton here. Somebody tell him I did get around to introducing him. He's up in Pontotoc, one of the real tough areas of the state. They took several years, but they finally pulled it through and have a contract up to Dick Dean Industries now. Robert Bracken with the Chemical Workers Union. T.C. McKinnis with the IUE. He's Rabble Rouser of the First Order. Glad to have you with us. A.E. Cox with the Amalgamated Meat Cutters Union. Glad to have you with us, Gene. Val Cox with the Building Service Employees Union. Val here in the back. Glad to have you, Val. This is another union that's just recently moved into our state. It's making considerable progress. We hope that they'll have several local unions here in the near future. Charles Arnold with IUE. A native Mississippian from out at the Vickers plant, if you please. Lehman Montgomery with the Building Service Employees Union. You present? There he is. We're glad to have all of you representatives with us. We've got a number of other guests that are present. We hope to get around to introducing you later on in the convention, but we do have two young men sitting up front here. I understand won't be able to stay with us for the entire convention. They left already. Bob Boyd and Danny Cupid, have they done left out? Didn't let me get around to introducing them, did they? I wanted to introduce Bob Boyd to you, especially. Bob has done a lot of work for this organization. You find that little folder in your kit, the legislative brochure. Bob Boyd put that together for us, and I'd like for you to meet him, at least make his acquaintance. We have a couple of announcements to make before we recess for lunch. We'd like to again remind you to register at the desk, get your name in the pot for the suit of clothes that will be given away tomorrow afternoon, and a number of other items, shirts and what have you. We'd also like to request the delegates in attendance that intend to attend the banquet tomorrow night to please get your tickets outside at the registration desk before the day is over. We must have a fairly accurate head count in order to advise the hotel how many seats and so forth to prepare for tomorrow night. I'd like to urge all of you to attend the banquet tomorrow night. We have a very distinguished speaker who it will be well worth the time and money to attend this banquet just to hear it. John Henry Falk, as you notice on the program, will be our after-dinner speaker. And without going into a lot of details about the man, I'll simply say this, that he won the highest award in the courts of the United States ever won by a single individual. We'll talk about that some tomorrow night when we introduce him, but he won a libel lawsuit in the courts for $3 million. Now, he hasn't collected all of that amount of money, but at least he won the award and put some people where they should be. So we'd like to urge you to come to the banquet. I'd remind you that a number of members of the legislature have been invited, and we'd like to ask you to do a little lobbying with them while you eat tomorrow night. See if we can't get something done before you leave town. I'd like to remind the organizers that are going to have lunch with Bill Kircher. Remind them that lunch will be in the Rose Room just off of the lobby. I'd like to ask you to assemble there as soon as you can, as soon as we recess. We have other announcements in the Rose Room? Silver Room or the Silver or the Rose, anyhow, they're both right there together. Won't have any trouble finding. Do we have any other announcements before we recess for lunch? You got one? Brother Shaker.
The Rules Committee must meet. and I will call a meeting for 1 o'clock, Parlor A. I realize it's going to cut time short a little bit, but I believe in 30 minutes we can get the business at hand wrapped up. We must report immediately after the convention is, delegates are seated. So all of the Rules Committee members in Parlor A, 1 o'clock. Those members are Clifton Dunlap, Byron Greer, J.R. Sosserman, Pauline Fortenberry, May Hodge, G.A. Canfield, Edward Henry. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Schaefer. Do we have any other announcements? Any other committee meetings, anything of that kind? If not, the convention will stand recess until 1:30 p.m. short. Waiting for the delegates to get into the hall, I'd like to call your attention to a piece of material that's being passed out by the sergeant at arms. I'd like you all to read that before our next speaker appears. Delegates, please take their seats. Will please come to order. This time we're going to recognize Vice President James Jackson, Chairman of the Credentials and Restoration Committee, for a partial report. Brother Jackson.
Thank you, Claude. Before I make that report, I have an announcement to make. Immediately upon the adjournment of the convention this afternoon, all ACWA delegates and staff will caucus in the convention hall. This is a partial report. We have delegates from 74 local unions. 195 delegates have registered. We have 8 CLUs represented. We have 3 state organizations represented and 42 guests. I move that the delegates be seated up to this point.
You heard the committee's report that all delegates have been issued badges. At this point, be officially seated. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. We're going to revise the agenda slightly and get the Rules Committee report out of the way also before we ask our next speaker to come forward. This time we recognize Vice President Schaefer, Chairman of the Rules Committee, for the Rules Committee's report. Brother Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Rules Committee recommends the following procedure be followed during this convention. 1, the convention shall be called to order at 9:30 a.m. on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The convention shall recess for lunch and reconvene according to program schedule and shall remain in session until the business of the day is completed. 2, delegates desiring to address the convention on any questions shall announce their name, the organization which they represent, and the number of their local union. 3, if a delegate, while speaking, be called to order, he shall, at the request of the chair, take his seat until the question of order is decided. 4, should 2 or more delegates arise to speak at the same time, the chair shall decide who is entitled to the floor. 5, no delegate shall interrupt another in his remarks except to raise a point of order. 6, a A delegate shall not speak more than once on the same subject until all who wish to speak have had an opportunity to do so, nor more than twice, nor longer than 5 minutes at a time, without the unanimous consent of the convention. 7, at the request of 10 delegates, the mover of a motion shall submit it in writing. 8, a motion shall not be open for discussion until it has been seconded and stated from the chair. 9, a motion to lay on the table shall not be debatable except as limited by Robert's Rules of Order. 10, all resolutions shall bear the signature of the introducer and title of the organization he represents, and shall be submitted in triplicate form, except those submitted to the Secretary-Treasurer 30 days before the convention in accordance with Article 7, Section 6 of the Mississippi FL-CIO Constitution. 11, let me interrupt here. I should have said it earlier, but for the lack of copies of this, if there's a question on any, just mark the number of the paragraph and we will refer back to it. 11, no motion or resolution shall be voted upon until the mover of the introducer has a chance to speak on it if he or she so desires. 12, the reports of committee shall be subject to amendments and substitutes from the floor of the convention, the same as other motions and resolutions. 13, when a question is pending before the convention, no motion shall be in order except to recess convention, to refer for the previous question, to table indefinitely, to table for a specific time, to divide or amend, which motion shall have precedence in the order named. 14, issues may be decided in any parliamentary manner, but a call of the roll is in order when supported by 30% of the delegates present at the time of demand. 15, when a roll call has been taken and all delegates present have had an opportunity to record their votes, the ballot shall be declared closed. 16, when a roll call ballot has been ordered, no adjournment shall take place until the results have been announced. 17, it will require 2/3 of the seated delegates to hold a night session. If a night session is held, the Assembly Hall shall be cleared of all delegates by 11 p.m. 18, international representatives shall have the privilege of the floor on any matter of business, governed by the same rules as all other delegates. 19, Robert's Rules of Order shall govern all matters not herein provided for. Respectfully submitted, the Rules Committee. Let me make this comment because of time and the urgency of this report. It is impossible to have copies for you at this time. We will attempt to have them for all delegates in the morning. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of these rules.
You heard the committee's report. The motion to adopt the rules is read by Vice President Schaefer. Do we have any discussion on the motion? As he said, we'll try to have copies for each delegate on your table in the morning. Any discussion on the motion? Not all in favor of the motion to adopt the rules indicated by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Thank you, Brother Schaefer. Well, the escort committee, please bring our distinguished guest forward, please. We've had much discussion throughout the nation in recent years concerning the need of legislation in the field of consumer affairs, especially truth in packaging, truth in lending. And there has been some discussion about underwear of certain people. And I understand that you do have some problems in this area as well. We thought you'd like to see that we placed on your desk. It adds a certain amount of humor to the situation. And even though we want to be very serious about this particular situation we're faced with, we thought it would be well to add a little humor to it. That's the reason for making that article available to you. As all of the delegates present know, the standard of living enjoyed by this country was largely brought about as a result of the collective bargaining process. We're very proud of the fact that we have the highest standard of living of any nation in the world. But we find ourselves in a position now, because of all kinds of gimmicks, short change packages and things of this kind, that we're not getting our money's worth, frankly. On the other hand, because of the high interest rates on money and things of this kind, that standard of living is again jeopardized from this end of the spectrum. We are very pleased this afternoon that we have a representative of the Health, Education, and Welfare Department in Washington on Consumer Affairs with us. We asked Ms. McCaig to come down and visit with us and address the convention. We hope after she has addressed the convention that you will see the need of organizing consumer organizations in the state in an effort to protect our membership and the other citizens of this state from exploitation in this particular area. We have a couple of guests with the lady that I'll introduce to you later. This time it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you Ms. Diane McCaig, Special Assistant to the Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare. Ms. McCaig.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. I also want to thank my escort committee. We got enough women up here to start a battle of the sexes. So we caucused on that subject and discovered it wasn't worthwhile because we're all partial to men. It was a real honor to be asked to speak today to the Mississippi AFL-CIO convention. I worked with the Department of Labor in this area of the country, so I'm familiar with your interests and particularly the special problems here. For a number of years, I was concerned with the kind of thing Mr. Ramsey was talking about this morning, the workmen's compensation program and unemployment compensation, and particularly the establishment of a State Department of Labor here in Mississippi to implement those labor laws on the books. But I was most especially concerned with the minimum wage, a decent wage so that every American family can enjoy a decent standard of living. And the way I got into consumer interests was to follow your friend Esther Peterson into the field when we turned the coin over and found that a good wage is great, but if you waste that resource, you haven't really achieved what you were attempting to do for the American family. And on why I'm here, I like to tell the story of the Lutheran minister. You know, some of them wear their collars backwards, and this one particular minister was late for church one morning, so he and his wife got in the car and took off down the street lickety-split, and pretty soon they heard a motorcycle cop and his siren, and he pulled him over. He got out and he took one look at the minister in the car. He was Pat, that the fellow was talking about this morning, and he says, good morning, Father. Well, he says, Father, it is a beautiful morning, and I do hate to be chastising you, Father, but you were going a wee bit fast, Father. So was Father this and Father that. Pretty soon, he let him go without giving him a ticket. And as they pulled away, the wife said to him, Now, Fred, that really wasn't quite honest because you know what he thinks you are. And he said, yes, honey, I realize that, but what I can't figure out is what he thinks you are. Well, I am interested in improving the consumer interests through HEW program and the General Administration program. Problems that have been occasioned by poor laws, unconscionable credit practices, and forms of exploitation in the marketplace. We too, as Mr. Ramsey said this morning, are against exploitation of anyone and by anyone. Now, the consumer movement is not new. There was great emphasis placed on the consumer by labor, by business, and by the government through programs and laws and through programs such as our Food and Drug Administration food protection. But from time to time, the consumer comes in for a special measure of attention. For example, this was true during the Depression, when the government found that the programs they had designed to help restore industrial activity weren't effective until they got the consumers involved in their attitudes and their needs. Well, now we again have a highlighting of the consumer interest. President Johnson calls it the consumer era. And this is not this time as a result of bad times, but as a result of good times. Never in the history of the world has one country moved so many goods so expeditiously. Our modern technology has been a great boon to everyone, except when the consumer goes into the marketplace and is unable to deal with the more sophisticated practices. Time was when the consumer grew his food, or bought it from a neighbor, or bought it from a friend with whom in the store with whom he could discuss the merits of that product. But that's no longer true. The producer is faceless, and the marketplace is impersonal, and the consumer is at the mercy of the producer-dominated advertising media, which bombards him with an awful lot of nonsense. You know, this is a wonderful product, ho, 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 but there's nothing on it to tell him whether it is or not, so that he can make a sound judgment. Now, the president says that what we need is a fair return for the dollar, and that is what 35 state consumer councils are presently working for. In 35 states, the AFL-CIO, the church groups, the women's groups, the civic organizations, a broad spectrum of public interest have banded together to attempt to field better consumer programs. They have done such things as help establish on the community level consumer protection units to help with individual problems. They've encouraged their state attorney general's office to establish a consumer protection unit and to represent the consumer before the agencies of the state. They've worked on antiquated state laws and passed state truth in lending laws and passed laws that say in the supermarket, if you're going to put a steak out in a package, it has to be you have to be able to see through it on both sides so you can see what's on the bottom. They don't have a big hunk of fat down there. And they've been very active in assisting us with federal legislation with which in the last couple of years we've made a great deal of progress. Now, we got some real impetus on the federal level for the consumer program from President Kennedy, who in 1962 made the first consumer message to the U.S. Congress. And in that message, he enunciated 4 consumer rights. President Kennedy said the consumer has a right to safety. No one should sell him contaminated meat and dangerous products. He said the consumer has a right to reliable information. Deceptive advertising and half-truths on packages are wrong. He said the consumer has a right to a reasonable choice, which took us to the field of more training and more business and antitrust. And the consumer has a right to be heard, at which point he appointed Esther Peterson as his special assistant for consumer interests, and of course she's now been succeeded by Betty Burnett. We had some heroes and heroines in the consumer field in the last couple of years with Esther and Senator Douglas, and our first federal breakthrough legislation-wise was truth in packaging. There were some abuses in that field. You had to turn the thing over 6 times to find, you know, the name of it and the size of it, and the size was in a quarter of grams or some odd measurement. You didn't know what was in the package. There were things on the package like the jumbo quart, whatever that was, and misleading sense-off deals. Now, Truth in Packaging is a simple disclosure act, as Kennedy said, the right to information. It says that the manufacturer must put on the package what's in it and how much of it. And it was exceedingly controversial when it was before the Congress, regardless of the fact that it seems kind of elementary that you ought to have on the package what's in it. Now, this was a breakthrough, and the regulations under this act will become effective this July. But it doesn't entirely take care of the problem. For example, Betty Furness keeps talking about the 57 sizes of toothpaste, and since she counted, there have been some more. There are now 65. If I go to the supermarket and I want to know how to get the most for my money in toothpaste, I don't have time to stand there and compare 65 sizes of toothpaste. And that's to say only quantity, not even to get into quality. So we do have a problem in proliferation of package sizes. Now, under Truth in Labeling, it was provided that the Department of Commerce should set up a voluntary program when a certain industry has too many packages. And they should call in the manufacturers and the producers and the distributors and some consumers and try to work the problems out. And they have set up 50 different industry committees. 2 have made some progress. For example, the instant coffee industry has agreed to reduce the number of packages to sizes between 2 and 16 ounces and even ounces. And the edible oils industry has agreed to reduce from 15 to 7 packages, so that you have a fighting chance of figuring out how much is in it for the price. But the consumer groups are watching this item very closely to see that indeed we do make some progress in a voluntary program, because to get the most from our dollar, we can't deal with the many thousands of different sizes in the supermarket. In addition, the consumers are keeping an eye on this subject from the standpoint of advertising. We haven't passed a law against nonsense, and I'm not suggesting one, but we can't legislate taste. We can do something about it through our shopping practices and by becoming better consumers. The second most controversial item is still on the battlefield, and that's truth in lending. Truth in lending is a simple concept. It simply says that a borrower should be advised what the annual interest rate is on the use of that money. Now, a truth in lending bill passed the Senate last year, and a much stronger truth in lending bill passed the House last month. Due to the yeoman efforts of Congresswoman Sullivan from Missouri and Congressman Patman from Texas, they have a number of provisions in the House bill that were omitted in the Senate. For example, the House bill covers revolving credit accounts of the major department stores, so that they would need to tell the consumer not only that this money is going to cost you 1.5 points a month, but they'd have to disclose that if you carry it for a year, it's going to cost you 18%, whereby, of course, you might be better off to go to the bank or someplace and get that same money at a lesser rate. The House bill also covers transactions wherein the interest charge is less than $10 a year. The House was afraid that everybody tried to get in under that minimum exemption. And the House bill provides some restrictions on garnishment. We're hopeful that they will resolve their differences in the 2 versions and get truth in lending out this year, because it's been a 7-year battle, and we've waited quite a while for that. But even if truth in lending passes, it doesn't really take care of all the problems in the credit field, and there's going to be a great deal of work there for consumer organizations to pursue. For example, what good does it do to tell a poor consumer the annual interest rate he must pay for a loan if that's the only place he can get the loan, even though the rate's too high? The AFL-CIO consumer expert Sidney Margolius cites instances in his book, The Innocent Consumer versus the Exploiters, of where the consumers are paying 287% interest because it was in a ghetto area, a rural, poor area, and this person couldn't get the money otherwise, and they had to have it. So we, in addition to truth in lending, we've got to do more for the low-income consumer, either by law or by alternative methods of credit. Now, by law, most states have usury laws, and they think, people are inclined to think, well, that they take care of everything. They don't. They only cover a few transactions, so that most of these, high-income practices are perfectly legal. High-rate practices are perfectly legal. The second alternative to a stronger usury law is to provide another method of getting credit, such as credit unions, which would encourage thrift and also give the low-income borrower a chance to get some money at a decent rate. Then we're going to have to do something about some of these antiquated state laws in the field of credit. Time was, credit was unusual outside of business, but now we live in a credit economy where we even get in the mail unsolicited credit cards, and I've heard people seriously discuss the possibility that in a few years money will be out of date and we'll do everything with a signature and a card. Well, now, for that purpose, we need laws that aren't weighted on the side of the creditor as the laws were drafted in a whole different era. We no longer have debtors' prisons, as they did in Old England. They're illegal in the United States. But our antiquated state laws put up some prisons with some invisible bars. For example, in most states, garnishment of wages is permitted. And that is when a person is unable to pay a bill, often with very little notice, the creditor can come in and attach the wages. Now, in a few states, most of the wages are exempt. The creditor can attach maybe 10% of the wages and so forth. But in others, he can get almost the whole thing, maybe leaving $20 a week, $30 a week, $35, and you can't feed a family on that. An ancillary problem with garnishment is that very often the employer will fire the person who's garnished. He's not going to do the bookkeeping. So here this debtor is in debt, lost his job, his wages gone, and he's in a prison that he simply cannot escape from. One of the few solutions to that kind of thing is personal bankruptcy. And the rate of personal bankruptcy has been going up in this country by leaps and bounds. Last year, 200,000 people in this country took personal bankruptcy, and a great many of them were kids. Because you see, our kids, when they marry, go into debt. They buy the furniture and the car to get back and forth to work. And if they didn't use this marvelous tool of credit properly, it became instead a dangerous practice. So that in addition to truth in lending, we've got an awful lot to do to remedy the exploitive practices in the credit field. Now, President Johnson, who would like to see this be the Congress of the consumer, issued in 1967 and again in 1968 two consumer messages listing a number of problem areas. And it's interesting that most of the things he has called for legislation to correct are in the field of safety. We're still on basic safety of the American public. Indeed, the four laws that were enacted last year were all on safety. The first one was a National Commission on Product Safety to look into the household products and their dangers. For example, the consumer wants a power lawnmower that isn't going to endanger his toes. And he wants toasters and things in the home that won't endanger his family. The second was the Clinical Laboratories Law. There are 1,400 clinical laboratories in this country that make blood tests and such. And we discovered that, of course, they weren't regulated. We discovered that 1/4 of their tests were wrong. So that if they made the wrong test on your blood, and you got a transfusion with the wrong stuff, it was like bon voyage. Now, we did get clinical laboratories passed. The third to be enacted was flammable fabrics. We had a flammable fabrics law, but it only covered a few items of wearing apparel, so that we were still testing the flammability of our fabrics by burning our kids. All right, we got that extended to more items of wearing apparel, plus things like baby blankets and drapes. And the fourth item to pass was the wholesome meat law. It came as a great shock to the American consumer who thinks, somebody up there's watching over him. But nobody was inspecting the intrastate meat. meaning that he was getting an awful lot of contamination on the meat counter. When President Johnson signed the Wholesome Meat Bill, he asked Upton Sinclair to come to the signing. Upton Sinclair is now very old and was in a wheelchair. But he was instrumental in getting the first wholesome meat law enacted in 1907. And he did it by accident. He had written a book called The Jungle, and it was about labor policies and the need for, more opportunities for the American worker. And in the middle of the book, he had 7 pages that had to do with the practices in the Chicago slaughterhouses. And the things he said were so appalling that the public got up in arms and passed the first wholesome meat law. So President Johnson was congratulating Upton Sinclair for what he had done clear back in 1907. And Sinclair said, well, I didn't plan that. He said, I was talking about labor and the philosophy of this country. He said, I went after their hearts and minds, and I got as far as their stomachs. Now, to cite a few things that have not passed and on which the consumer groups are still working that were in the President's message. By the way, most of these things are on the legislative platform of the AFL-CIO nationally, and more twos on your platform. You're generally a step or two ahead. But to cite some of the items that we have in common is the proposal to regulate intrastate sales of land. That is, if they advertise land in Florida and you're going to buy it and so forth, they have to put in the brochure that it's underwater if it is. Then the second thing is on the regulation of mutual funds. It's been suggested that too much of the money that the American investor is putting in mutual funds is going into the administration of those funds and sales fees. Another item is the medical devices proposal. Now, not just because this is an HEW proposal, but it is near and dear to my heart. It shocks me to know that nobody tests medical devices that are implanted in the bodies of American medical clients. For example, a heart valve that's implanted in the body is seen by nobody except the person that manufactured it. And one manufacturer did put some out made of an alloy and coated with a chemical that when these valves were implanted in the body had a chemical reaction. 37 people out of the 92 in whom the heart valve was implanted died. Now, how hideous and grotesque to have this thing in your body with a chemical reaction and not knowing, when it was going to strike you, because there were no standards and there was no government agency authorized to look at that thing before it was sold and used. Now, I think that's appalling, and it's something that the consumer groups should work on. Another item in the 67 message was a proposal having to do with electric power reliability to prevent some more of those blackouts in the Northeast, and one on the natural gas pipeline safety. We've had some terrible tragedies with gas pipelines under the ground blowing up, and that would regulate that industry. Now, in the 68 message, President Johnson included sales rackets. The American public is losing $500 million a year in deceptive door-to-door sales, primarily home improvement rackets. And this law would give the FTC the right to come in and make those people cease and desist. The second proposal in the 68 message was on automobile insurance. Now, this the consumers write an awful lot of letters about. Consumers will say, well, now my premium on my automobile insurance policy went up because I belong to a group that is considered especially risky. Now, this group includes ministers. I thought they were the good guys. Divorcees, low income, the young, the old. All these people are paying greater rates for their insurance, and I'm not sure that there are any statistics to support the fact that they're greater risks. Moreover, there's something wrong with the whole system. The money paid for automobile insurance premiums in Michigan last year was returned to the victims by 50%. The other 50% went someplace else. And it was only returned to some of the victims because, to get the money from the insurance policy, you had to qualify under the policy and oftentimes go to court. So President Johnson suggested that there may be a better system that we could field in the field of automobile insurance so that everybody received more of the money that was spent on this item. Then the president talked about hazardous radiation from TV sets. The House passed that bill last week, and it's now pending in the Senate. We were shocked to find that our colored TV sets, many of them, were emitting dangerous degrees of radiation. And we don't know, you see, over the long run, what radiation will do to people from the standpoint of lifespan and genetics. The president discussed wholesome poultry and wholesome fish. We got meat last time, but we haven't got the poultry and fish, so there's still some contaminated material on our food counters. And he discussed warranties and repairs and guarantees. Betty Furness has been working on that one. She got a letter from a gal who said, what I want from a guarantee is a guarantee that this product will last as long as it takes me to pay for it. And on warranties, we find that oftentimes those nicely worded things in fine print take away more of your common law rights, things you could sue for if the thing doesn't work, than they give you in positive benefits. We get a lot of letters about that. We get, of course, HEW's interest in this field is to help inform the consumer so that we can work with that informed consumer. And we find from some of our letters that an awful lot of consumers need a lot more informing. For example, we got a letter from a gal who said, I understand that they're feeding female hormones to cattle to make the meat tender. Now, this isn't true, of course, but that's what she understood. And she said, I think this is a terrible thing to do because what we're producing is antagonistic females and pacifist males. And she said, I think this is an injustice to the American woman because the American woman would rather have tougher meat and tougher men. So we have to get a lot more information to the consumer, and one of the ways to do that is through the existing state consumer councils. We would like to improve the delivery of our programs in terms of consumer needs, but we have to have some input from the consumers to know what it is they want done how, and also support from them. We find this particularly true in the field of health, where we need better informed people. For example, our Dr. Goddard recently advertised in the Federal Register some proposed regulations on the advertising of drugs and invited comments. He got 92 comments, all from the pharmaceutical industry and advertising, and not one from a consumer, which puts him in a difficult position because he's then the only spokesman for the other side. Also, at this point in time, our public health service is fielding through the states a comprehensive health plan that will affect the delivery of health services in every state immediately and forever, and we don't have any consumers participating in this beyond the ones that the statute calls for. So we need your assistance in this field. The AFL-CIO, as you know, has long been active in the consumer education field. You all kind of pioneered in that. And you had some programs for your members on how to be a better shopper and how to get the most for your dollar and so forth. You have done a great deal in that field, and we're hopeful that you will continue with it. Two, you have helped spearhead in the 35 states which have the consumer councils this kind of organization. Very often it was the AFL-CIO and the labor movement that called together interested people from the churches and from the civic groups and from the women's organizations to help them set up a volunteer consumer council to protect the consumers in their state and to work with the federal programs. We need this kind of leadership, and I'd like to see Mississippi on the move in the consumer field. If you will help mobilize these efforts, it would be a great boon to us. For example, next April 26th, we're having in Washington a meeting of the state consumer groups, and Mississippi won't be represented because we don't yet have a council here. And we're hopeful that you will mobilize these efforts so that all citizens will have a fair opportunity to share in the abundance of a fair market. I thank you.
very much, Ms. McKay, for those very timely and pertinent remarks. I would like to present you a copy of a resolution that the convention will be considering before we leave town dealing with the subject matter of your address. Very glad to have you with us. We hope that you can stay around and visit with us some, but if you have to leave, we understand. I'd like to introduce a couple of associates of Ms. McKegg's that work with the Food and Drug Administration, but also like to call your attention to the fact that we have a display and some material in the far corner of the hall over here dealing with consumer affairs. We have Mrs. Ruth Cochran from, how you pronounce that, Metairie, Louisiana, with the Food and Drug Administration. And Ms. Joanne Simpson, also with the Food and Drug Administration out of New Orleans. Glad to have you ladies with us, and we do hope that the result of your visit here, Ms. McKay, and the visit of your other associates here, that we can stimulate some interest in getting a consumer council organized in our state. I'll assure you one thing, that we in the state FLC all will cooperate to the fullest extent. Thank you. I see our other guests have arrived, so we'll give them an opportunity to come up. Months ago, I had an opportunity to sit down and talk with Dean Fluellen, the School of Business Administration at Mississippi State University. He expressed a real concern over the absence of a Department of Industrial Relations at the university and sought our support and our cooperation in helping to establish such a department at the university. Mississippi State University is probably doing the best job of any of our state institutions in the field of labor management relations. It's been my pleasure to have been on the campus on numerous occasions in the past few years. They have, I think, one of the best programs going over there to be found, as a matter of fact, anywhere in the South, to the best of my knowledge. Of course, that's understandable because a man that's been working in this area is an old Union officer, Dr. Rudolph White, who has been with us on past occasions. This time I'd like to let him stand up and let you see who he is. Rudolph White at the University of Mississippi. He's a former president of a local union, Rubber Workers Local, over in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And another one of his associates who's up here also is Dr. Eversole from the university, who is also working in this area. We've asked all three of them to come up. Mr. Eversole, will you stand up and take a bow? We're glad to have both of you here. Now, the reason we've got these two gentlemen along with our speaker up here is it was felt that there might be some questions raised, and the dean wanted to make sure that he had his lieutenants available to help ask those questions. Right, Dean? Several weeks ago, well, it's been a couple of 3 months ago now, I guess it's been, as a result of my visit with the dean, I told him that I felt that we should try to get a cross-section of the labor movement together in Mississippi and seek their views and cooperation on this project. I didn't want to get into it until we'd had an opportunity to review it with a cross-section. This was made up of local union officers, international representatives, full-time business agents, just plain union officers. Many of you present here were invited to that meeting. We didn't try to slight anybody. We just wanted to try to get a cross-section to get their views before we got into it. And we had, I guess, about 40 people in attendance at the university. After that meeting, the representatives present felt that it was a very worthwhile project, that we should make an effort to see what we could do to assist the university in trying to set up this Department of Industrial Relations, and that we should invite Dean Fluellen over to explain the program to you and give you an opportunity to in turn raise any questions that might be in your mind. So just keep this in mind, that after the Dean finishes his address, we'll be glad to open the floor for discussion. Any questions you have, you might want to make a few notes as he goes along. So at this time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you Dean William C. Fluellen from the School of Business and Industry at Mississippi State University. Dean Fluellen.
Thank you, Claude. As I listened to the speaker that preceded me, I became aware again of the difficulty of following a superior speaker, but not only that, of following a superior speaker who's also a lovely lady. But then, when Claude introduced Dr. White, it became quite apparent which one of the three of us should be making this talk. I do not have the connections that Dr. White had. I can see that. We are glad to be here. We're in Claude Ramsey's debt again. We're in his debt for many appearances before our students and faculty. As you know, we can't give these students in the classroom the sorts of things that men like Claude Ramsey can give them. And we're also in his debt for working with us to bring the program that we hope to implement thus far along the way. Now, I had planned to give my talk in three parts: a history of our thinking, the program that we hope to implement, and some of the problems of getting this program going. Claude has given you a nice segment of the history of our thinking, so I can make my historical comments quite brief. We did not have to think to recognize the need for teaching, research, and consultation and other services in the area of industrial relations in the state of Mississippi. The need was apparent when I got here in 1961. Dr. White had already begun working on it. By 1964, I suppose in the year 63, 64, Dr. White drew up a proposal for an industrial relations center. And we made what we thought was a very strong effort to begin the work of this center. But we ran into lack of resources to such an extent that we had to table our program. Now, as we worked with the youngsters of Mississippi and talked with people like Claude Ramsey, Dixon Pyle, and many other industrial and business leaders in the state, as we watched the continuing industrialization of Mississippi, as we increased our rapport with organized labor, and last, as we continued to have these confrontations with the absence of information about matters that pertain to industrial relations, we decided to take our plans off the shelf and try to get something going again. Therefore, I am here today to discuss our program with you. As Claude has told you, we have already had a preliminary meeting to see if the program that we had was worthy of bringing to you. We hope that our estimate was correct. Now, this program is a program to provide services not now readily available in Mississippi for both organized labor and management and government and any other segment of our society that finds them useful. We can break this program into three major segments: a training segment, a research segment, and a segment that we probably should call other services. It includes consultation, it includes library services, it includes reporting on current data, and it includes the provision of competent personnel in Mississippi for arbitration services. First, I would like to discuss briefly with you our views on a training program that might be undertaken by an industrial relations center at Mississippi State University. The program might be put on at two levels, at both of two levels. One, the community or local union level, where we'd hold meetings in local facilities, union halls, public school buildings, town halls, and the like. Then we might have programs at state and regional level that might be held on Mississippi State campus or in Jackson or on the coast or wherever those people who wish to have the training program thought it should be held. The presentations might take the form of short courses, of conferences, of workshops, of seminars, or any other type of presentation that those who are going to be involved in consultation with our professional faculty members would decide to use. Now, the content of these programs would be shaped by those who want them. Generally, the objective would be the improved effectiveness in industrial relations activity. And, of course, these programs would involve many areas of training. We have found many universities across the land offering these courses. One of the best known is the one at Michigan State University. They say in one of their brochures that they reached over 3,000 students in 82 programs in the year 1966-67. And they hold multiple sections of some 15 or 20 training courses. I think I will read some of these to you so you will get the flavor of the sort of training that we would like to start in the state of Mississippi. They break their series of sessions into 5 major segments. The first they call the Union as an institution, and there they teach the structure and history of American labor, union administration, and legislation in the Union. The second of their major sections of coursework is called the collective bargaining process. Here, the courses cover collective bargaining, the communications process, and labor legislation. The third they call the training of union officers and stewards. They cover parliamentary procedure, effective speaking, effective reading, shop steward training, discussion leader training, and improvement of writing ability. The fourth they call government and the legislative process. And here they cover labor and government, state government, local government, and legislative issues. And the last is called background information for citizens. It covers taxes, consumer problems, how the economic system works, psychology for workers, propaganda analysis, and pre-retirement programs. Michigan State will offer any other type of program for which there is a demand. If citizens of the state of Michigan, or for that matter for any part of the country, present their needs to the center at Michigan State University, we would like to assume this role in Mississippi. The second major segment of our proposed program is a research program. We have found that our state needs study and analysis of a type not now available. Not available in almost every area of significance for industrial relations. Among many other things, we think we need cost of living studies. We need studies of fringe benefits in Mississippi. We need studies of the industrial wage structure, of wage levels by the various regions of the state, of absenteeism, of labor turnover, of collective bargaining trends, of our unemployment compensation law, of industrial safety practices and needs. There are many others. I name these just to give you the flavor of our thinking. These studies must have the impartiality and the objectivity that we think can best be developed in the atmosphere of a great university. There are other services that such a center would perform. There's a consultation service. This would be especially useful in the development of training programs at the local union level, of consultation, however, in any of the various aspects of industrial relations activity. We think that a reporting service would be helpful for our state, a reporting service on a current and continuing basis for wage and fringe benefits data, industrial relations practices, collective bargaining developments, and any other item that you felt needed current reporting and analysis. We believe that this state should have a library to which you could come for information of a sort not now available in the state of Mississippi. It would contain all of the several labor services. It would contain files of labor contracts, as well as a great deal of other fugitive information that is now not available in Mississippi. We think that by bringing to the state the professional faculty members who would operate this center, we would be providing arbitration services of a nature not now available in Mississippi. Claude has indicated one of the reasons that we have come to you today. First, we wanted to acquaint you with our thinking. We want eventually to ask you and your leaders what you think of this program. And the second thing that we need to do is to ask you for your support. The problems of implementation are many. At Mississippi State, we are already working with organized labor. We have held 2 collective bargaining workshops for postal clerks. Dr. White has just completed a study in which many of you participated by furnishing information titled Unionism in Mississippi. We have co-sponsored industrial relations seminars on wage hour laws and such with the Industrial Relations Subcommittee of the Mississippi Bar Association. We continually make studies of Mississippi's economy, studies that should be useful to you in your activities. Our problem is that we do not have the necessary resources to give this program the thrust that it should have. Over the years, I feel sure that we can get it started. But this program, we think, deserves more than Our problem is that in the past 7 years, our undergraduate student body has increased 100%, from 950 students to 1,850 students. Our graduate enrollment in the same period has increased from 30 students to 105 students. Our faculty has increased 10%. We also are having additional demands in the area of research, demands that require us to match funds if we are to get additional resources to enable us to do more than Mississippi resources will permit. We are also asked daily to work with industrial firms on training courses. We have these demands, yet we feel that we must move to meet the needs that an industrial relations center should serve so well. To give this program meaning in the next 5 years, we must have faculty time devoted solely to the program. We think that we should put 2 full-time professional staff members with the necessary secretarial assistance, travel money, computer time, and the like. We need, at the moment, support for 2 years. Actually, support on a continuing basis will enable the program to attain its full maturity and its full service, and we think will enable it to pay for itself in services to those who might contribute. We hope that this program is going to be worthy of your support. If it isn't, we do not want the support. This evening, we are going to meet with a group of your leaders to discuss again the worthiness of the program and to hopefully move into a program of action to establish the Industrial Relations Center at Mississippi State University. I am indeed appreciative of the time and opportunity, Claude, that this group has provided us. We are looking forward to a continuing and mutually profitable relationship. Thank you, Claude. If there are questions, we'd be pleased to have them.
Thank you very much, Dean. I wonder if Dr. White or Mr. Ebersole, either one of you would like to have a word to say on the subject. Or you want to just let me ask questions? Well, you've heard the Dean give an excellent description of what we're attempting to do, or at least attempting to assist him to do. And we told you we'd give you an opportunity to ask some questions if you would like. Do we have any questions posed to either of the 3 gentlemen? Looks like you've done a pretty good job of explaining it, Dean.
What happened to my students?
Yes. Well, let me say this, that Bob, did you want to ask? Let me tell this group who you are. I tried to introduce you earlier and you slipped out on us. This is Robert Boyd, who I mentioned earlier, has been working with the Young Democrat organization here in the state, graduate of Ole Miss. He's now presently working for the Delta Democrat Times in Greenville. He's done quite a bit of work for this organization. As I pointed out to you this morning, he put together that neat little brochure you have in your kit, along with that citizenship guide on local self-government. Bob, we're glad to have you. Let's give him a hand of applause. What was your question now? Answer that, Dean.
You sort of saved me when you said a presently offer. Thank you. I thought that, I heard it so well that I fell into the problem of all.
Let me interrupt today in a minute. Ray, would you get the house engineer and ask him to install a couple of floor mics? I overlooked the fact we didn't have any audio. We need a couple of floor mics. Will you get them in? The dean will repeat the question to him.
The question was, what will this Industrial Relations Center do that is not presently done by the Research and Development Center? First, it will provide people with terminal qualifications with a PhD degree who can devote full time to study and training activities. We do not look upon the Research and Development Center as an educational institution, but as a research and economic development institution. If it is research and development for industrial development, which I believe the Stanford report gave as its objectives, it might not ever get into industrial relations activities in the sense that we plan to do so. We do not plan to do this research and training in order to develop the economic activity in Mississippi. What we intend to do, hopefully, is to improve the effectiveness of industrial relations activity in Mississippi. And as far as I understand, this is not an objective of the Research and Development Center. Dr. White, would you, Dr. Eversole, like to comment on this? Dr. White has said they are doing little in the area of manpower development at this time. In fact, we are sitting with them now, working out proposals for manpower research that will be accomplished upon our campus with their cooperation. Well, since you're from Greenville, I think you'd be well aware of this situation, and as you know, it is not an industrial relations problem. It's quite different. And the other manpower research that we are working with the R&D Center on has little or nothing to do with industrial relations. It has to do with the salvaging of certain groups of citizens in the state that need educational improvement and skills improvement. Dr. Eversole just reinforced my comment that the R&D Center will probably not do training activities, whereas an education institution has its major objective, education and training of anyone in the state.
Thank you, Dean. Do we have any other questions? Brother Edwards? Brother Edwards' question said he understood there'd be some money involved. He'd like to know what it would cost, Dean.
The program can be started at more than one level of cost. It takes about $25,000 for 12 months to support a full-time researcher or training man in any area. We would like to have one man to devote his time to training, or the equivalent of one man's time for training, and the equivalent of one man's time directing research. These two people would have at their disposal the entire faculty and staff of Mississippi State University for consultation. We would have graduate students who would be available to work in the program to supplement the returns from the money invested. So we are hoping to develop support, total support from all sources in the amount of approximately $50,000 for each 1,200 people.
We have any other questions? Like 60,000, better than 60,000. Yes. Well, we, of course, have been exploring this with the dean, and we've been asked to appoint a committee to work with the dean to explore this thing and probably make some recommendations back to the membership. Now, the result of our meeting at the university, the interest exhibited there, and the suggestions of the group, I sat down and made up a list of people from throughout the state who are primarily Central Labor Union presidents of one of the other state organizations and what have you. And we'd like to call out the names of that committee and ask them to meet with us after we adjourn this afternoon to review this project further. After this committee has met with the dean, I think there is a good possibility they might want to introduce a resolution here in this convention, probably in support of the Industrial Relations Department at the university. Yes. Well, we really don't have anything to the table. There's no motion on the floor. You want to offer a motion that we stop discussion on this subject? Do we get a second on that motion? The motion dies for the lack of a second. Well, I assure you we're not going to discuss the matter much longer with you. We have another guest yet to address the convention. I was about to call out the names of the committee that we have been asked to appoint, and after I've named this committee, if we have others here that would like to serve, we'd certainly be glad to name them to the committee. James Jackson, Marvin Taylor, Robert Woodson, A.I. Pounders, SHDs, William D. Pilot, H.H. Robbins, Clark Massey, W.H. Wood, W.O. Stanley, Louis Turner Jr., E.M. Grantham, B.C. Williams, George T. Johnson, L.D. Clark, Charles P. Moore, E.K. Westmoreland, Leonard McGee, John L. Erickson, and Tommy Beckham. Now, I don't believe we have the Charles Moore or E.K. Westmoreland's present. We'd like to have a volunteer from the Clarksdale area to serve on this committee. I wonder if I could ask Brother Hitchcock or someone out of his organization to serve. Is he present? Is Hitchcock here? Here he is. Will you serve? All right. Now, do we have anybody from the Natchez area to serve? Is anyone here from the Natchez area we could ask to serve on this committee? Well, we'd like to ask the people the names that I call out to meet with the dean, myself, and these other two gentlemen in room 929 immediately upon adjournment. Make a note of this, room 929, immediately upon adjournment. We would like to consider this thing and probably make a report back to you later on in the convention. Mr. Ebersole reminded me that he was also a card-carrying union member. See our other guest speaker sitting back over there. Jesse, come on up. We're going to put you on next. While we're waiting on our next speaker, I got a communication here I'd like to read. We have some others, but I want to read this one, and later on we'll try to get some of the others. Addressed to Claude Ramsey, President, State FL-CIO. Dear Brother Ramsey, on behalf of the more than 440,000 communication workers who share your deep concerns for the needs of men and women everywhere, I send personal greetings and the sincere hopes of CWA for a most successful convention. History reveals that no year is without its special challenge. Certainly every year in the history of our movement underlines that fact. Yet it seems that with each passing day, that the decisions to be made in this year of 1968 are particularly urgent. Not just for us as trade unionists, but for the nation and for the entire free world. Surely it is the everlasting glory of organized labor that it has so consistently addressed itself, not only to the needs at the workplace, but to the total needs of the total society. I am certain that the contribution you and your fellow delegates will make at this meeting in the course of your earnest deliberations will add to that notable record of service. We have had reasons to be proud of our union. I know you will continue in that tradition. Good wishes and good luck. Signed, Joseph A. Birney, President of Communication Workers of America. Well, we have another former member, you got your dues paid up? He advised me he's got his dues paid up. The gentleman we'll hear from next is a union member of the Amalgamated Meat Cutters Union, is it not? Close. United Packing House. Got the wrong one. What are you talking? No, close, right? Well, we do have some packing house workers here, right? Anyhow, when we started to plan this program, this convention, it occurred to us that because of the many problems that we've had in Mississippi in connection with the various OEO programs, the manpower training programs, that we should get someone over, get him on the program, to talk to the delegates, review with them labor's role in the Office of Economic Opportunity, and provide you with an opportunity to discuss some of your problems with him, hopefully after we adjourn. This might run into some time, right? He is the labor liaison man for the Office of Economic Opportunity out of Atlanta, Georgia. He has already spent considerable time in the state of Mississippi. He's no stranger to some of the problems that we have. And it gives me a great deal of pleasure at this time to present to you Mr. Jesse Lester, Labor Liaison Coordinator of the Office of Economic Opportunity. Mr. Lester.
President Ramsey, officers, delegates to the Mississippi AFL-CIO Convention, guests. I'm real happy to have the opportunity to be with you today and talk to you briefly about labor's role in the war on poverty and give you a thumbnail sketch of some of the programs that are embodied in the overall category of the war on poverty. By the way, Claude, I hope you have a grievance committee because I have a grievance I want to register. You had a good-looking, large number of ladies representing Diane McCaig up here, and I had to come up by myself. I think I've been discriminated against. I, of course, expressed that feeling to Diane on the way out because I have known her for some time when she was in the Atlanta area. Had the pleasure of working with she and my friend Harold Smith over there on some consumer problems, trying to get some
greater interest among the labor people in the Atlanta area. Prior to going on my present job, May of last year, I had been the AFL-CIO Community Services representative in the Atlanta area for about 8 years. And of course I still maintain my membership in United Packing House Workers, and I was pleasantly surprised when I walked into the lobby this afternoon to find my regional director and one of the staff persons sitting there talking. It's always a pleasure to see some of my fellow members of the packing house, but they're particularly the staff guys and myself are always traveling, so it's seldom that our paths cross. I think before we get into a discussion of some of the present programs that are referred to as the War on Poverty, it's helpful to think back several years during the 1930s when such many or a few other social welfare programs were developed. Those primarily in the terms of our good President Franklin Roosevelt. And I'm thinking of such programs as Social Security, the WPA, the CC centers, Conservation Corps centers, and many others, including our welfare programs, as we now know them, and of course they've been enlarged on. But the point is that most of these programs were not in existence and were not there to serve people prior to the time of President Roosevelt, and many of them were developed to meet special needs and solving special problems in the area of social welfare for the American citizens. And as we all know now, those programs, even the ones that were initiated then that have subsided, they were very helpful and very useful and served the American citizens in a very helpful way. And of course the ones that are still in existence, I think nobody would deny the fact that welfare programs, Social Security programs, and some of the others have not been very instrumental in helping to improve the standard of living for our people. It's generally conceded that one of the factors that brought about the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964 was President John Kennedy's visit down through the Appalachian region of the United States. And I think this trip, history reveals that this trip had brought about a rude awakening to the President on the suffering of some of the people in the United States. And of course, because of his activities, primarily being in Washington, and the activities of many of our other politicians then and now, unfortunately, they tend to overlook the fact that there are millions of citizens in the United States that are suffering and that are in need of some help from the government and that are justifiably entitled to it. But as a result of this trip, when President Kennedy returned to Washington and talking with some of his economic advisors, he stated that he thought that the government was neglecting many of the citizens and that he wanted a program initiated to help these people, and he referred to it as a program to help eradicate poverty in the United States. Well, of course, as we know, President Kennedy didn't live, but I think we're fortunate in that President Johnson, when he succeeded President Kennedy, did carry forth with the ideals, and in his State of the Union message in 1964, he made mention of the fact that there, at that time, were some 35 million Americans who had not shared in the abundance of the rest of the citizens in the United States, and instructed Congress to begin action and come up with a program to help eradicate poverty. Well, soon afterwards, of course, in the latter part of '64, the Office of Economic Opportunity Act was passed, and OEO, as we know it now, came into existence. Now, in 1964, and consistently since that time, the AFL-CIO has very strongly supported the aims and objectives of the War on Poverty programs. I think all of us, those of you that have been active in COPE and have read your papers, will agree with me that perhaps the AFL-CIO was one of the most influential or one of the most active large organizations last year during the congressional term, specifically during the time in which Congress was considering the future of OEO. As a matter of fact, I was one of many that began to wonder if, in my own situation, I had resigned from the community services job in Atlanta, which I enjoyed, which had a relatively secure future, but I resigned that to become an employee of the federal government. So, and then there during the fall, it began to look like the OEO was not going to be continued. So I began to wonder if I had made some mistake in terms of my own future, job security, and so forth. But the AFL-CIO and many other organizations were very active in trying to influence Congress to continue the poverty programs, and fortunately, and I'm happy to think for the benefit of those citizens, those 30+ million citizens in the United States, the programs were continued. However, there have been some changes since that time that it has somewhat handicapped the programs. Now, there are, of course, almost any imaginable type of program available in different areas of the country under the broad category of the poverty program, or the OEO. But there are three basic divisions of OEO, and I'd like to just briefly discuss those with you. One of these, of course, were created in the initial act, one of which is Job Corps. And Job Corps was designed to help young boys and girls between the ages of 16 and 21 from poverty families. And the areas in which they try to help boys and girls from poverty families that are interested in Job Corps is education, work training, and on the work experience and on the job training. Now, there are not any Job Corps centers in your state or in my state or any of the states in the southeast region that are under the direction of the southeast region OEO. There is a couple of centers in eastern Tennessee, and I think one of those centers is the one which I would like just briefly to talk with you about, because I think it's a good example of what unions can do, and particularly with reference to Job Corps. And I'm sure that many of you have read or have heard about the IAM. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hope there's no operating engineers here. If they do, I'll get my head bashed. But the operating engineers project with Job Corps in operating this center in Jacobs Creek, Tennessee. These kids, the training phase of the center is run and manned completely by the Operating Engineers Union. They train these boys in the use of heavy equipment, all the different types of heavy equipment, primarily those that are used in road construction, because this center is located in one of the U.S. forests up in that area. And it's really heartwarming to visit this center and see some of these young kids who came from the country like you, like myself, and perhaps some of you did, and have not had the opportunities for job training and education that some of us have had. So they're really handicapped, and then those of them that are fortunate enough to get into this center, and of course they have to be interested in this type of work in order to get in that center, but they're given this opportunity for learning not only the operation of these machines, but some of them are trained in the mechanics or the rebuilding, repairing the motors of these machines. On my one visit up there, it was interesting to see one machine which the operating engineer fitness agent had told me that it was one that had been discarded by the government as totally unuseful. So he brought it into the shop, and these young boys that had had some training in mechanic work completely remodeled that motor, and the machine was back in operation. But it's interesting to see the interest that these boys have, and the education and the training that they're getting. Now, they're not only given this on-the-job training by the operating engineers, they're also required to spend an equal amount of time in the classroom. I think the procedure goes something like maybe they work out in the field on the machines or in the machine shop one week, and in the classroom the next week, and they rotate. Now, of course, this project began, it was one of the first major projects of any union in terms of an actual contract with Job Corps or with any other, or most of the other governmental agencies in terms of actual training of hardcore kids. But it began some 2 years ago, and since that time, of course, they've had several kids to graduate. They have, after a kid finishes his training there, and the business agent or in that shop certifies the fact that he's eligible or to go out into a local union at an apprenticeship level or a pre-apprenticeship level, or at least he's able to qualify to go out and work, and he is referred to a union, and they are placing them. And as a matter of fact, the success has been so great that they're even now behind with some of the requests in terms of kids for the jobs. Another factor that illustrates the FFL-CIO or union's participation in Job Corps is the fact that in Tennessee, South Carolina, and several other of the Appalachian states, we have some union members, union persons that are working full-time in the recruitment of kids for Job Corps. Now, bear in mind that these kids for Job Corps have to be from poverty families. So your kids or my son would not be eligible because, fortunately, we're not in what is considered the poverty classification, even though there are times when I'm sure all of us think we are. But these guys, these full-time labor people are working as a result of a contract that the FFL-CIO Appalachian Council has with Job Corps, and they're recruiting kids. And we had a meeting with them in my office about a week ago, and now they have, up to this point, they've concentrated primarily on recruitment of kids for Job Corps. Now they're going to expand their activities in the area of helping to place kids from Job Corps centers in union shops. And I think this is something that you and I as union members, and particularly central labor unions, can become more active in, not only placing Job Corps kids, but some other poverty kids as well. Now, enough about Job Corps. Another or second major division of the OEO structure is, of course, VISTA, Volunteers in Service to America. This, as you have heard, no doubt, most of you, is oftentimes considered and even called the modern Peace Corps. These VISTA volunteers sign up for a year to 2 years service with VISTA. They are not paid any salary while they're serving their term as volunteers with VISTA. They, however, do get an equivalent of about $50 per month credited to a savings account in their name, which they are eligible for at the time they complete their service. But in some areas of the country, there are some retired union members that have enlisted as VISTA volunteers. I know there's one poster that's circulated quite well throughout the United States, shows some retired union member. I think he's from UAW, and I can't recall the location of where of the country he's from. Nevertheless, he realized that he still had a lot of useful activity in his life remaining, and he wanted to do something, even though it's not from a monetary point of view, but simply to be of some help to his fellow man and helping to get some kid or some other unskilled person back on the road to full-time employment. So this person, and of course there are many others, enlisted as a VISTA volunteer, and he's training these, generally I think his activities are in the field of training kids in automobile repairing, mechanic work, in other words. Generally, a VISTA volunteer works closely with the local community action agency in a community, and they almost always live in a poverty pocket or ghetto area of the city. And I hope that at some time, those of you that haven't had the opportunity, you will have an opportunity to see this VISTA film, which is very good, and it has been shown on television a few times, and it's very good. It gives a good description of VISTA projects. Now, the third major division of OEO is known as Urban and Rural Community Action. This, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of most all the other people that are full-time engaged in poverty programs and staffs, is by and large the guts of the poverty program, if you'll pardon my Pagan House language. Under the Community Action Program, almost any type of program is available or can be funded to meet a special existing problem in a given community. Now, the real valuable part, I think, to you and I and to every citizen, for that matter, every taxpayer, is the fact that on these community action programs, and of course the same thing would apply to Job Corps and VISTA to a large extent also, but primarily your community action programs are administered by a group of local citizens in a community. Now, the regional office in Atlanta and the national office in Washington doesn't come into Mississippi and tell your local community action agencies what programs you should have in your communities. It's through community action that programs are developed. What is community action? Just exactly what the name implies. A group of local citizens in a community getting together, discussing the fact that they have a problem, that they need some assistance, they need some funds from federal or state governments, deciding on an approach to the problem, writing a proposal, submitting it to the regional office in Atlanta. And of course, when it is submitted, a proposal is submitted that of course is reviewed very carefully by the staff in Atlanta, the different ones that are responsible for certain phases, and if the proposal meets the proper compliance and guidelines, then if money is available, it is funded. Now, perhaps some of you have heard, and I know I had heard some union members say this before I became actively or full-time engaged in the war on poverty. But I've heard some people say that everybody that wants a job can get a job. And the war on poverty is just another one of those so-called government handout programs. Well, I'm here to tell you that if you haven't realized this before now, that this is not true at all. There is no monetary handout in the OEO programs. The philosophy of OEO is to help a person help himself. In other words, give a lift upwards. To help a person through education and training to increase his standard of living. And when we think of it in that light, isn't this identical to the objectives of labor unions? Now, we mentioned briefly about board structure in local communities. The fact that the programs are implemented by local citizens, and when their programs are funded, the money is spent by local citizens, and of course the local citizens that comprise the board of directors are the ones that are responsible for hiring the necessary staff to carry out the programs in your community. And of course, there are very rigid guidelines or specifications with regard to the structure of the local community action board. Now, when I say community action board, or when I say community action agency or CAP agency, the names are both the same, and they refer to your local poverty agency in your respective community, your county or city, or in this state and many others. There's maybe one community action agency in a given area that serves a group of counties. So this is what we mean, and I perhaps should have said that earlier, because I know these abbreviations of terms can get confusing at times. But with regard to the structure of community action agency boards, certainly organized labor has the right to be on. And if any of you in your areas have tried to get on your local CAP board and haven't been successful, then I want you, by all means, to let me know about that. I will be around the convention all day tomorrow, so specifically for the purpose of talking with different ones of you, those of you that have had some activity or in the past or presently participating in your local CAP programs in your community. I'd like to talk to you, and I want to know about your programs and your problems. And this is part of my responsibility as the labor liaison on the staff. I work under the direction of the regional director. I cover, or I can go into any one of these three major divisions within the office, and can find out why something didn't happen or why something did happen, and also if something needs to be happening that isn't happening, why I will do every conceivable effort toward getting it going, particularly from a labor point of view. So, by all means, let me hear from you tomorrow. Now, one other major program that I want to talk about just in my remaining minutes is one that's administered by the Labor Department, and this is known as Neighborhood Youth Corps. This is something that labor unions can be involved in, for example, a union that has full-time personnel and a full-time office and has maybe 3 or 4 secretaries. It's very practical and possible in this kind of a situation for the union to consider bringing in 1 or 2 of these young kids to give them the advantage of some on-the-job training and learning some job skills. Now, of course, these NYC programs or NYC kids are like Job Corps in that they have to be from poverty families. And they are also handicapped because they are from poverty families, and they're handicapped in many situations because of 1 or more of the following type situations: a lack of adequate food in the family, a lack of sufficient clothing in the family, or certainly a lack of education, and in many of these situations, kids, because of these lack of clothing, are not privileged to attend school, so they're handicapped in getting education. Now, the thing that I want to relate regarding Neighborhood Youth Corps that illustrates what unions can do more effectively, and of course this is a demonstration project, but it's something we're watching and we think is going to be a success. In Dade County, Miami, Florida, the Central Labor Union there has a contract with the local sponsors of the NYC project, and they have now hired a union person from the Miami area on the staff of the local CLU for the specific purpose of placing a certain number of these NYC kids per month in union shops or on union jobs. Now, there are two or three distinct advantages to this type of contract or this type of operation. One, for the advantage to the Central Labor Union is that it gives them some exposure, and it also refutes the fact that labor unions are nothing but strike-happy people. And for the greatest benefit, of course, is for the kids that are involved. They are being placed on union jobs. You know what the result of that is. They're going to be earning more money than they would, chances are, that if they were placed by some other source. So, and of course, I would say in most every case, after they're placed, they're going to become union members. Now, let me close by just giving you a little bit of information on what OEO has meant to the state of Mississippi. And of course, these figures are about, well, several months old. As a matter of fact, the figures are as of July of last year. So, but it will serve its purpose of giving you some idea. Since 1964 up until July of last year, OEO, and of course this doesn't include all the other dollars that the Labor Department, the Agricultural Department, all the other federal agencies have spent. But OEO had spent $75 million in the state of Mississippi. There are, of course, Head Start programs in the state of Mississippi has received more money than, has received the highest ratio of money than any other one of the 50 states. There are as of July last year, and I doubt that there have been others formed, there were 19 community action agencies in Mississippi serving 38 counties, but in one or more of the OEO programs, every county, all 82 counties in the state, have been touched. Now, we mentioned Head Start programs. As at that time, there had been some 32,000 youngsters that had been affected by Head Start programs. During the fiscal year of 1967, which ended July 1st of last year, $30 million had been spent on Head Start alone. I hope that we will have additional opportunities as time goes on. I'm sure I will, to be back in your state and talking. I hope to get around eventually to each of your Central Labor Union meetings. We have been very much involved in a series of training programs for labor people in some of the other states that came about as a result of this Appalachian contract. And those programs have been quite successful, and I think that there's great potential for a similar type program being available in the future, maybe to the people in the state of Mississippi. Brother Ramsey, I'm going to hush now. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to attempt to answer them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Brother Lester. We appreciate very much coming over and being with us, and we appreciate the fact that you will be around tonight and tomorrow. And I'm sure that there will be some questions asked, because there's been many questions asked of me. I'd suggest that those of you that have had problems, that you get with Mr. Lester and discuss those problems with him and to seek his assistance and help him work out the problems in your immediate area. Now, I'm happy we have gained some time, which means that we can recess, at least adjourn for the day, and allow the committees to meet. A number of groups want to have caucuses, I understand. I'd like to reverse my announcement earlier due to the fact that there are a number of caucuses. Several people advised me they want to have caucuses of their groups. I'd like to make an inquiry of James Jackson. How long do you think your caucuses last? 30 minutes. How about IBEW? About 20 minutes. But would it be safe that the committee that I announced to meet in room 929, the one I read out, to meet with the dean, would it be safe to say that we'd better allow you a little more time than that? How about Sequoia, it's 3:30 now. Well, could we allow you about 45 minutes and ask you to meet us up there about a 4:15? Would that, you think, be time? Okay, then we'll ask you to meet with us at a 4:15 in room 929. Now, I might better call those names out again and prevent someone was absent when I made that announcement. I'll run through it hurriedly. James Jackson, Marvin Taylor, Robert Woodson, A.I. Pounders, S.H.Ds, William D. Pilot, Clark Massey, H.H. Robbins, W.H. Wood, W.O. Stanley, Lewis Turner, E.M. Grantham, B.C. Williams, George T. Johnson, L.D. Clark. Brother Hitchcock has taken Moore's place. Leonard McGee, John L. Erickson, and Tommy Beckham. Meet us in room 929 at around a 4:15. I've been asked to announce that the Union Labor Committee will meet in Parlor B, immediately upon adjournment. Maybe I'd better call that committee out for you. Taylor has an announcement. We'll let him make his announcement while I look up the names of this committee.
We're asking the Constitution and Bylaws Committee to meet in Parlor A, 5:30. I think the room will be clear by that time, and the committee is composed of the following people: R.E. Thompson, V.C. Smith, Clayton Moss, T.L. Nicaise, Eloise Hampton, Beatrice Boyd, Charles E. Thomas, Wayman Goodman. Thank you.
5:30 at Parlor A.
Right.
5:30 at Parlor A, that's the Constitution and Bylaws Committee. We got any other committee chairman that want to announce committee meetings? I suggest you just come up to the podium. This is Brother Edwards, chairman of the Resolutions Committee.
I'd like to call a meeting of the Resolutions Committee in Parlor A for 8:30 tomorrow morning. Those on the committee is T.G. Beckham, Whitman Pickett, Teresa Fulton, Rose Hudson, A.P. Young, Malcolm Bynum, C.F. Morris, and Thomas Gardner. All of the delegates are asked if they have any resolutions, proposed resolutions, to submit to the committee to make yourself present in Parlor A between 8:30 and 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Well, let me announce the Union Labor and Labor Committee that's going to meet in Parlor B and meet upon adjournment. E.J. Brown, Chairman, Elias Hardin, W.W. Steele, Sue Reese, May Ward, Lon Gilstrap, Gavin Shoemake, and B.D. Stegall. I've also, I don't believe I've made this one yet, been asked to announce that the IBEW delegates have been asked to meet in Parlor A for a caucus immediately upon adjournment. Is this correct, Tommy? Immediately upon adjournment in Parlor A. You have an announcement?
Chairman, I'd like a meeting of the Educational Committee tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. Can you give us a place to meet?
Yes, we won't have any trouble. We can get either one of them at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Get Parlor A or meet with you.
Let's say Parlor A tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. This committee consists of Obie Stringer, J.E. Peterman, Martha Flipper, Mildred Wynn, R.T. Doty, James Glenn, and Bobby J. Green. Tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, please.
Brother Pilot for the Legislative Committee.
I'd like to have the Legislative Committee to meet just immediately after we adjourn this afternoon. I had contacted a few of them and set a time in the morning, but I believe this afternoon will be a little bit better for us. M.A. Evans, Obie Smith, H.G. Wright, M.E. Ferguson, Eula Burdett, and Jewel McGee, and we'll meet right outside the convention hall in the convention executive's office immediately upon adjournment this afternoon.
Do Do we have any other announcements? Brother Knight, you have an announcement? Yeah.
I've been asked to announce that there's going to be a party tonight at the Embers Club, and all delegates and guests are invited.
What's the name of it? Embers Club. Who's the chairman of that committee? See Joe Frank, the chairman of that committee. Let him see you. Where is he? Where's Joe Frank? There's the chairman of that committee. Now, I'd like to again remind you of the banquet tomorrow night. And those of you that have not got your tickets, we'd like to urge you to do so, because we've got to let the hotel know how many steaks to fix the first thing in the morning. So if you haven't got your banquet ticket yet, we'd like to urge you to do so. I would like to advise the State FL-CIO Council Executive Board and the presidents of the CLU, the presidents of all of the central bodies in the state, that we would like to meet with you after adjournment tomorrow to work out plans for the banquet, seating arrangements for the members of the legislature and things of this kind. So keep this in mind. We'd like to have this group to meet with us immediately after adjournment tomorrow afternoon. And we'd like to ask you not to make any other commitments. It won't take long, but we need very much to have this meeting. Do we have any other announcements?
I done been chewed out after my remarks this morning, where I mentioned CWA Local 3517 in Tupelo, Mississippi. No, seriously, this was brought to my attention, and certainly let me explain a little why I mentioned just CWA 3517 was simply because they were tied for the 1968 nationwide Coke Dollar Drive. Now, I realize that there are other local unions in this state, of other unions, that have also been 100%, $1 per member, voluntary Coke contributions. And there's one local that I would like to mention. Certainly I would mention others, but you know who you are. And this wasn't meant in any way to be, to show partiality this morning. I've been advised, and I knew this all the time, that IBEW 852 in Corinth and Tupelo is also 100%. And let me repeat again that I certainly didn't mean to discriminate against anybody. I appreciate the fact that there are a number of local unions that are 100%, and I only wish there were more. And let me say again that I hope if you hadn't started the Coke Dollar Drive, that you'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Knight. Do we have any other announcements before we adjourn? I believe you said you wanted the ACWA delegates to caucus here immediately upon adjournment, right? Convention will stand adjourned till tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Tuesday, March 26th.
Will the Sergeant at Arms please get the delegates into the convention hall? Convention will please come to order. At this time, I'm going to present Vice President Schaefer, who will in turn introduce the gentleman who will give the invocation. Vice President Schaefer.
Thank you, Brother Ramsey. It's with a great deal of pride as well as pleasure that I bring the man this morning that will make a few timely remarks and bring the invocation. In introducing him, I would say that he is a native Mississippian. He's from the northeastern part of the state. He has held pastorates in the northern part of the state, and most recently in Meridian, Southside Baptist Church, and he is now pastor of Hillcrest Baptist Church, which is also my church. I'd also like to say that in his early days, his sole desire seemed to be to work in electronics. Had he stayed in electronics, I'm sure he would have been a good IBEW member. But since the Lord called him to do his work, certainly he is doing it and doing a marvelous job in it. And I'll say again, it's with a great deal of pleasure as well as pride that I introduce my pastor, Reverend Maurice Clayton, to project a few timely thoughts and bring the invocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles and Mr. Ramsey. It's a real pleasure to be here with people who work for a living. Say these preachers, you know, do not work for a living. But I heard the other day, and by the way, Charles here is one of my deacons, that the difference between a pastor and a deacon is this. A pastor is paid to be good, and a deacon is good for nothing. As we meet here this morning as a group of people, I would like to remind you that God does not see us as a group, but God always sees us as individuals. And this morning, God is concerned not about this group, but about each one of us. Now, I suppose this is the main reason that I'm a preacher rather than in secular work today, is because I've come to realize the personal concern of God for every individual. In our society today, as you well know, everything is very impersonal. And someone said we're no longer human beings, we are numbers. When I was in the Navy in World War II, I was not Maurice Clayton, I was 8437924. To the telephone company, I'm 3722737. To the Census Bureau in Washington, I'm a certain number in a file. And sometimes I think in our modern day society, we feel like the little girl who got mixed up in her prayer one night, and she said, "Our Father, which art in heaven, how do you know my name?" And sometimes we feel this way in our modern society, but God does know our names, and He knows all about us. And I'm so glad that He does. When I was in the field of electrical engineering, I thought this was why I was to live in this world, to serve as an electrical engineer. But God let me know that He created me for a different purpose, that He wanted me to enter the ministry, and so I made this decision. And I want us all here this morning to realize, if we don't already, that God has a purpose for every individual life. And He created us as individuals for a special work to do. And we appreciate this moment of time with you. And now, if you will, may we have a word of opening prayer. Our Father, how grateful we are this morning that you do care and are concerned about each one of us. And that you do not see us as a nation or a state or a city or a group, but as individuals. And Father, we pray thy blessings upon each person here, upon our homes, our work, and upon everything in life that we attempt for thy glory. We pray thy blessings upon this coming together today, and each of us, that we may fulfill thy will for our lives. For Christ's dear sake we ask it. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend, for those timely remarks. We appreciate very much the fact that you were able to be out and be with us this morning.
we'd like to invite you to spend the rest of the day with us if you can. Of course, if you've got business elsewhere, we'll understand why you'll have to leave. We do appreciate your presence here this morning. Before we introduce the next speaker, I want to advise you of a change in the agenda. Get your agendas out and mark it. I announced yesterday that we would change places and bring on the Union Labor Program this morning instead of tomorrow morning in order that Ms. Broom could participate. So we'll change where I have Dan Powell listed at 11:15 on the program this morning. We'll change positions for he and the Union Labor Program and do that tomorrow morning in lieu of the Union Labor. He'll come on in the morning at 11:40 approximately. We'd also like to advise those who have not registered with Sarah back there in the back, get their name in the pot for the suit or a shirt, to do so before 10:45. Then we'd also like to remind those of you who have not yet got your banquet tickets to do so before 10:45, because we have to advise the hotel as to the number of people we expect to be present. We have a rather large number of the legislature that will be present at this banquet. And we would certainly like to urge every delegate present to be there if at all possible. This morning we have a young lady with us who I have had the pleasure of knowing for some time. She is involved in a most important program in the state of Mississippi. And I'll be frank here this morning in telling the convention that it was only during the last couple of years that I came to realize the severity of the mental illness problem in our state. We have, in the last couple of years, been doing what we can to cooperate with the various state groups that are trying to do something about mental illness in our state. And it occurred to me that this convention should have someone on the program discuss with you the problem of mental illness in the state of Mississippi. This time it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you Dr. Dorothy N. Moore, Program Director for the Mississippi Interagency Commission on Mental Health. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. I want to tell you that a lady never gets too old to like being introduced as a young lady, and I thank you for that particularly. Let me begin this morning by telling you just briefly a little bit about our agency, since many people are a little overwhelmed and awed by this long title that follows my name. The Mississippi Interagency Commission is a new agency in our state created by the 1966 legislature, and it's made up officially of the heads of 5 of our major state health, education, and welfare agencies. The idea for the Interagency Commission grew out of a 2-year planning program started in 1963, in which a great number of Mississippians and agencies took a long-range look at our state's mental health and mental retardation needs. The commission grew out of this planning and now is based on a very real belief that any good mental health and mental retardation program in Mississippi has to involve the efforts of all these agencies and of many more, that all agencies have important contributions, that all organizations must begin to become involved in these programs, and that we needed a structure in Mississippi at the state level to pool our resources to try to avoid duplication and overlapping and waste, and to have more efficient and effective programs. We think this is even more true today. I feel that you must be somewhat aware of what an overwhelming problem mental illness and mental retardation has become, not only in our state, but around the country. But let me quote just a few brief statistics, and I won't overwhelm you with numbers here. But first, mental disorders as a whole constitute our number one health problem in this country, far outstripping heart, cancer, all the kinds of disabilities that we generally think of as leading causes. We sometimes overlook this fact because people with mental illness and mental retardation don't appear on the death tables. They don't die from this. The mortality rates aren't great. But in terms of the numbers of people affected, this is our number one health problem in the country today. Over half of the hospital beds in the United States are occupied by mental patients. About 750,000 hospital beds in this country occupied by mental patients. 1 out of every 12 Americans, 1 out of every 12 of us here will probably be hospitalized for mental illness at some time in our lifetime. And there are an estimated 65,000 mentally retarded persons in Mississippi and probably somewhat over 30,000 alcoholics in our state. Now, in an effort to put some dent into this problem, because it's rapidly overwhelming us, Mississippi has now committed herself to a program for the development of community and regional mental health and mental retardation services throughout the state. And the goal of this program is to put a broad range of mental health services within reach of every Mississippi citizen, to make earlier treatment and help possible, and to prevent problems from becoming chronic and long-term. The Community Mental Health and Regional Mental Retardation Program will provide treatment services, yes, which are not now available in many areas of the state. But beyond this, and most importantly, I think, they will make a vital contribution, we hope, to prevention and community education in these areas. The community mental health concept is a new concept in a way. There is a critical difference in the philosophy about community mental health programs. It says that we must begin to be concerned about the mental health status of the total population, of everyone in the community, not just the sick person, or not just the person who is troubled, or not just the patient. It says that mental illness and mental retardation are community problems, not just problems of individuals alone. Because it is a problem which affects the entire community, then it becomes a community responsibility to do something about it. And then we can no longer think of dealing with it on a person-by-person individual basis. The Mississippi legislature provided a structure for the development of regional programs in the last legislative session by authorizing the formation of multi-county regional commissions in mental health and mental retardation, charged with the responsibility for planning and implementing service programs at the local level. And the members of these commissions are appointed by respective boards of supervisors. Now, I think it's important to say at this point, because it is a new look in Mississippi, it is a new trend, a new direction. It's important to notice that the primary responsibility for planning, for operating, and for financing regional and community mental health and mental retardation programs is that of the local area, not of the state and not of the federal government. Our job at the state level, of course, is to help in any way possible and to mobilize and coordinate the efforts of all organizations and agencies which have something to contribute. Of the 14 regions tentatively proposed for the state, 7 of these now have operating regional commissions, and these have been developed in about a year's time. All of these commissions locally are now at work planning for their respective areas. 3 more regions are in the process of organizing, and I think you had passed out to you a kind of fact sheet, or a triple fact sheet maybe, which lists the regional status of the various agencies around the state, what the planning status is, and also a map which outlines the regions. And I hope you will take a look at this and see where your area of the state stands at this time. The state's first comprehensive Regional Mental Health Center began operation in Tupelo last October. And it serves a 7-county area in that area, the northeast area of Mississippi, and provides a wide range of mental health services, including inpatient hospitalization in the general hospital, outpatient clinic, emergency services, consultation, education. This area and other areas of the state are now involved in developing rather comprehensive local and regional services for the mental retardation. We have high hopes at this moment that construction will begin in Jackson this year on our state's second planned comprehensive mental health center. Federal assistance, by the way, is available to help communities and regions in the development of these programs, both for construction and for staffing. Now, let me say in closing that what is happening in the development of community mental health and mental retardation programs today is a reflection of a whole new attitude about health care. There's been a dramatic change in health needs and the expectations of Americans. Health care has come to be recognized as a right. Every citizen does now have the right to expect adequate health care and adequate health services. But let us not forget that every citizen also has a responsibility to help bring about these services. The provision of health programs has, of course, for some time been an important fringe benefit which has played a part in employee-employer negotiations. Labor has a long and consistent and very influential interest in health and welfare programs, workmen's compensation, occupational health services, group insurance, and many other health and welfare plans for the working man and his family. We need this interest in Mississippi, and we need it to embrace a definition of health which includes mental and emotional well-being as well. We need this interest to include such needs in our state now as expanded occupational health programs which will incorporate programs for alcoholism and mental health services, attention to the handicapped, broadened insurance benefits to cover mental health care both in and out of the hospital, and strengthened public agency programs in the community. But most of all, perhaps, we need you, and more accurately, your state and region and community needs you to become a part of this development and to let your support be known as a responsible citizen of your community, as a working person, and as a concerned individual interested in the health and happiness of his family. Mississippians can do, and I believe this, within reason, whatever we resolve to do. And regional mental health and mental retardation programs throughout the state are no exception. We hope that this development of regional programs around the state will be a planned and thoughtful development in order that we can staff the programs, in order that they will be firmly based in community support once they are established. This reminds me, of the story about the good news and the bad news, the airplane pilot who came on the intercom on the plane and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have some good news and bad news, and I'll tell you the bad news first. Our compass is not functioning and we're lost." But he said, "There is some good news, we're making excellent time." Now, this is not the kind of way we want our programs to develop in the state. We want to know where we're going, and we think we are. We do at this time. During the statewide planning program, by the way, in 1963 to 65, there was a great deal of question as to whether local communities would accept the responsibility to plan for their own mental health needs. And that concern has long since dissolved. Local communities throughout the state have not only accepted this responsibility, but are doing this with great enthusiasm. And we interpret this enthusiastic response at the local level as a realization that the problem of mental illness and mental retardation constitutes a real need, and also the fact that these problems touch a great many individuals and families in our state. And now, therefore, we look forward to a day when every Mississippi citizen in need of these services will have access to mental health and mental retardation programs without leaving his home, without leaving his family and his community. And we think this day will come because it needs to come and because Mississippians will make it so.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moore, for that magnificent message. We appreciate very much your presence here this morning, and I can assure you on behalf of this organization that we'll do everything that we can to assist and cooperate with you and the other groups in the state that's trying to do something about this most important problem. And before we introduce our next, we would like to have you spend as much time as you could. Before I introduce our next speaker, we've got a few more guests that have registered with us this morning that I'd like to introduce to you. We got Brother Virgil Stokes with the Painters Union, I believe. Is he here? Where's he at? Is he here at the convention? Stokes? He's registered with us. I thought I saw him around here this morning. And we've got Brother A.G. Trammell, the Secretary-Treasurer of the Alabama Labor Council. Where you at, Ace? Is he here? Stand up and take a bow. Is Ace here? Well, you can tell him that I introduced him in his absence, will you? And then we have Bill Mentz with the Alabama Labor Council, who is the co-director of that organization. Bill, would you like to come up and have a word to say? Would you like to have a word to say, Bill? He's kind of like our co-director. He never misses the opportunity to have a word to say. I think most of you know Bill Mentz. He's been in this position for several years now. We've had the pleasure of having worked with he and the other officers of the Alabama Labor Council now for several years, and we have a very good working relationship with the Alabama Council. Brother Mentz.
Thank you, President Ramsey, Secretary-Treasurer Knight, officers, delegates, distinguished guests. It's indeed a privilege for me to have an opportunity to visit your biennial convention. And as Claude said, we really appreciate our working relationship with the Mississippi AFL-CIO. We feel like we have quite a bit in common between the states of Mississippi and Alabama on many areas, economic, organizational-wise, and even politically. I won't take up your time. I know you have a crowded agenda, but I did want to say hello to each and every one of you, and it is indeed a pleasure for me to have an opportunity this week. Thank you. Love.
Thank you, Bill. Another announcement. We passed out and put on your tables this morning a little folder I'd like to call your attention to. It's a program that will be conducted at Mississippi State University. If I can find the date on it, it's April the 18th. On April the 18th. Would like to ask you to look that over when you find the time. We're not asking you to do it right now, but this is a very fine group, a very fine program at our university. You met Dr. Rudolph White yesterday and Dean Fluellen with the School of Business Administration at the university. And this program actually is a part of the School of Business Administration over there. They've done an excellent job in the field of labor management relations. And we've agreed to participate in the program on April the 18th. And we would like to invite any of you that would like to attend this program. I think it would be worthwhile. I think you'd get a lot out of it. And we'd like to see some labor representation over there at the university when this program comes to fall. Got a little card inside of the folder. All you'll have to do is to fill it out, send in a restoration fee, and everything else then will be taken care of. Now, this morning we are fortunate to have with us a young man who I've known for a number of years, who has been in the field of education for many years. He was recently elected Superintendent of Education in the state of Mississippi, and as far as I know, this was the first time that he ever entered politics. He's done a magnificent job up to this point as Superintendent of Education in this state, and I don't have to tell you that he was elected with the support of this organization. And it is with a great deal of pleasure that I present to you this morning Mr. Garvin Johnson, Superintendent of Education of Mississippi. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much, President Ramsey, officers and members of the delegates of the AFL-CIO Convention. I'm very much honored to have the privilege of being here this morning, talk with you for a few minutes about something that I know you believe is important to you. And I'm convinced that it is of the utmost importance to all Mississippians. I would like to take this opportunity to express to you my gratitude and my appreciation for the support which you gave to my candidacy last summer for the office of State Superintendent of Education. I certainly wish to assure you that I shall do my very best for the next 4 years to justify the confidence which you have shown in me. I want to talk to you for a few minutes about, you may have guessed, about education. Education, the agency for progress. There's more concern among our people today about the quality of education that we are receiving, that our children are receiving, that our people are getting, than there has ever been in the history of our state. More discussion of it. More things are written about it. More said about it than ever before. People are beginning to realize more and more the relationship of education to the life of our people. This morning I'd like to raise 3 questions and speak to each one of them briefly. I'd like to raise the question of what are the underlying causes of differences of wealth among nations of the world. What is the relationship of educational level of a people, of a region, or of a state in this country to such factors as income and economic well-being? And third, what is the position of Mississippi to these factors? I'd like for us, for a few minutes, to look at some of the nations of the world and talk about their economic position, their economic condition, their resources, both human and natural, about the educational level, the level of technical training of these people, and how it relates to the development of these countries. Just for comparison purposes, let's look at a few of the nations of the world, their resources, and see what we find. We could take a nation like Mexico, our neighbor to the south, which has tremendous natural resources, has great mineral deposits, has much good land available, has a wide range of climate, has a reasonable supply of forestry land, has tremendous oil and power resources, but they have a low level of educational achievement for their people and a low income standard for their people. New Zealand, a relatively small country, has somewhat adequate resources. They have reasonable resources of power, some forestry supply. The climate is not too bad. They have a high educational level and technical knowledge for their people, and a very high level of income and standard of living. Let's look at another nation that is relatively large, one of the large nations of the world, Brazil, with tremendous resources, millions of acres of rich and fertile soil. It has tremendous mineral resources. In fact, it has perhaps one of the greatest sources of minerals in all the world. Has unlimited forestry resources, great water power potential, among the world's greatest potential water and power resources. But it has an extremely low level of educational achievement for its people, with very low level of income, average income for its people. Norway is a small country in Europe, has very poor, limited resources. The soil is not fertile, has severe climate, short growing season, limited supply of forestry products, very few minerals available to them in their natural state, but they have a high level of education and technical training for their people, and they have a high level of income for their people. Switzerland, a very tiny nation among the world's powers, very mountainous, very poor natural resources. The soil is not fertile, severe climate, and a short growing season, practically devoid of any mineral resources, but they have a very high level of education, attainment, achievement, technical training for their people, with concomitant high income and economic standard for their people. As we look at these nations, and we could mention many others throughout the world, I take these simply as illustrative of countries that have tremendous resources but have not developed them. As we glance at these hastily, what are the factors that we find always present in the wealthy countries and those with a high economic level, great economic development? It's not rich soil, but some of the countries with poor soil have developed themselves and have become wealthy. It is not the difference in mineral resources. These do not always account for variations in the wealth and economic development of a nation. It isn't climate, for although climate may increase the possibilities for economic development, it does not necessarily ensure it. Power is important, but some nations that have not had natural resources for it have created it. The one factor that we find always present in any wealthy country, any well-developed nation, and one which is always lacking in any poorly developed nation or country, is a high level of educational achievement and technical training for the people. If it has been shown time after time by research and development that if a nation wishes to increase its level of education, its economic development, that if it will increase its level of education and training of its people, that income and economic development will increase far more than the cost of developing its human resources through education. Now let's take a look at the second question which I raised with you. What is the relationship of educational level of a state or of a region to the per capita income and the economic well-being of its people? Research studies have shown that a close correlation exists between the level of education of a people of a state and the per capita income of the state. Where the educational level is high, the per capita income and economic well-being of the people is high. Study also shows a close correlation between the amount of money spent for a pupil on education and the level of education for the state. The proof is quite conclusive that adequate education is an investment which people must make if the level of education is to be raised. There was a very interesting study made in our own state a few years ago, county by county. The study was made of the level of education of every county in our state. And this was correlated with the per capita income of these counties. And it was true from the beginning to the end of this study that the counties that had the highest level of educational achievement in our state also had the highest level of per capita income and economic well-being. It was also shown in this same study that those counties with the lowest level of of educational achievement, had the lowest level of per capita income and economic well-being. These studies have tremendous significance for us in Mississippi. Now, with this background, let us look at our own state and look at the labor force. And I know that you people are interested in knowing some of the facts that research has shown us about our labor force in our state. It is estimated that there are about 745,000 persons in the workforce in Mississippi. Studies have shown that approximately 1/2, 50% of our labor force above the age of 25 years have never attended high school. The studies also show that the median years of schooling for this group, that is the workforce, is about 8.9 years. Excuse me. Studies also reveal to us that 65% of the students who were enrolled in the 9th grade in the school year 1961-62 did graduate from high school in 1964-65. 35% of them failed to graduate. Now, how does this affect the economy in the state of Mississippi? Now, these are some very interesting figures to me. I thought they would be of interest to you. Studies show that in Mississippi, we have the lowest per capita income of all the states in the nation. It also shows that this income is very unequally distributed among our people in the state. 33% of the consumers of this state receive only 5% of the reported cash income in our state. On the other extreme, 20% of our people receive 50% of the total cash income of our state. Now, if 20% receive 50% of the cash income of our state, that means that 80% of our people receive the remaining 50% of the cash income of our state. Research also reveals that 51% of the consumers of our state have a cash income of less than $3,000. It is quite evident that a major factor in the low per capita income is the lack of education by a large part of our labor force. The approximately 50% of our labor force over 25 years of age who have never attended high school, and the high rate of dropouts from our high schools and from our schools presents an economic and a social problem to us, which will be perpetuated on an accelerated basis unless positive action is taken to correct it. And the number one problem facing education in our state today, as it has been since I've been in the teaching profession, and this is 32 years, continues to be that of lack of adequate finance. Any effort that we make to improve education in our state must be involved in the problem of more adequately financing education for all of our people. We have enrolled in our schools today approximately 610,000 students, public schools, elementary and secondary schools of our state. 255,000 of these youngsters are in the larger districts, which we classify as the separate school districts of our state. 365,000 of our elementary and secondary pupils are enrolled in the county and the consolidated schools of our state. Now, all Mississippians must be concerned about providing educational opportunities for all of its people, both in the separate districts, the larger schools of our towns, cities, as well as in the rural areas of our state. We have a responsibility to all of our children, to all of our people. And I urge you as parents and as Mississippians, excuse me, interested in the development of our state, interested in the welfare of all of our people, to join with us in education as we try to work toward providing better, expanded, improved education for all of our people. This is not a job for one individual, nor for one organization, nor for one small segment of our population. It is a responsibility of all Mississippians. And every segment of our economy, wherever it is located in our state, has an obligation and a responsibility to share equitably in financing better and improved education for our people. I thank you very much for the privilege of being here this morning. I urge you to talk with your people back home about the educational problems that, with which they are confronted, and to join with them, with the teachers, with the members of the legislature, with the state administration, as they work toward removing some of these problems with which we are faced in our state. Thank you so much for the privilege of being here.
Very much, Mr. Johnson. Those timely and well-said remarks. We appreciate very much your presence here this morning. And we want to assure you, as we have in the past, that this organization is 100% behind improving education in Mississippi. We fully realize that if we are to overcome many of the problems of our state, and if we're to do something about raising the per capita income, then we must start with education. We do appreciate those remarks very much. We'd like to invite you to stay around and spend some time with us. We've got a lot of voters in this crowd. This election's not right away. Now we're going to ask Sarah Bloom, if you will, to come forward. We want to try to get her part of the program on the road. Is she here?
Just stepped outside. She'll be right back.
All right. How about James Winstead? Is he around? Okay, Garvin. Marvin? Marvin here, Marvin. Marvin Taylor? Step up. Maybe we can reverse our order of business just a little bit, not lose too much time. We need to try to do some business. We need to try to take care of some business this morning. Perhaps maybe I ought to ask Brother Taylor if the Constitution Bylaws Committee is ready to report. Well, we can do that, and then when Sarah gets here, after we do the business, we'll do the union labor program. Vice President Taylor, Chairman of the Constitution Bylaws Committee.
Constitution and Bylaws Committee is composed of the following people: R.E. Thompson, C.C. Smith, Clayton Moss, E.L. Nikkei, L.O.E. Hampton, Beatrice Boyd, Charles E. Thomas, Wayman Goodman. Resolutions 1, 2, and 3 has been assigned to this committee. We will take up resolution number 1. Have it in your kits, I believe. Resolution number 1. Whereas Article 8 of the Mississippi AFL-CIO Constitution indicates that the AFL-CIO rules governing state central bodies take precedent when there is conflict between these rules and the Constitution. And whereas Rule 10 of the AFL-CIO rules, which pertains to representation and voting, says the number of votes to which a local union is entitled on roll call shall be equal to or directly proportional to the average membership of the local union as determined by the per capita tax payment to the central body for a prescribed period of equal time equal to the time between regular conventions. And whereas Article 3, Section 2 of the Mississippi AFL-CIO Constitution is in conflict with this rule since a 12-month period is used for the purpose of representation. Now therefore be it resolved that Section 2 of Article 3 be changed to read as follows. Affiliated local unions in good standing shall be entitled to representation and votes in conventions of the council based upon the average number of members on whom per capita tax has been paid for the 24-month period ending 90 days preceding the month of the convention. The average membership of local unions affiliated for less than the 24-month period prescribed shall be determined by dividing the total per capita tax paid for all months affiliated by 24, and the number of delegates and votes shall be based on such average of members. Local unions affiliating during the 90-day period preceding the convention shall be entitled to 1 delegate and 1 vote. The schedule of representation shall be as follows: 50 members or less, 2 delegates; 51 to 150 members, 3 delegates; 151 to 300 members, 4 delegates; 301 to 600 members, 5 delegates. For each additional 400 members or fractional parts thereof, 1 additional delegate. Locals which are not in good standing, that is 3 months or more in arrears, shall not be entitled to any delegates or votes. Respectfully submitted by the Executive Board of the AFL-CIO. The committee concurs in this resolution, and I move its adoption.
You've heard the committee's report, the motion to adopt resolution number 1. Do we have any discussion? Goodman seconds the motion. Do we have any discussion?
Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
On page...
Tell us who you are for the record.
W.O. Stanley, CWA. On page 2, where Brother Taylor read, for each additional 400 members or fractional part thereof, is that correctly stated, or should it be major fractional part thereof? And my question is that if local had 601 members, was now stated they'd be entitled to an additional delegate. And
Well, this is the exact language in the Constitution. Basically, what this resolution does is, instead of using a 12-month period, it's a 24-month period in computing votes at the convention. You see, we went to a biennial convention from an annual convention to a biennial convention. We overlooked the fact that we should have computed the votes on a 24-month basis, and that's what this does, really.
Well, my question is it intended by the executive board and by the committee that it read as it does now, and have the intent that it now implies that a local that had 600 delegates would be entitled to 600 members would be entitled to 5 delegates, and if they got one additional member, they'd be entitled to another delegate, rather than a major fraction of that 400?
Well, it says for each additional 400 members or fractional part thereof, one additional delegate. So I don't think we've ever come to grips with this one yet, but I assume that if you had an additional 400 members, that you would get one additional delegate. It appears to me that it stops there. Now, if we run into a situation where we have a large local union who's not getting proper representation, and I think the proper thing to do is to amend the Constitution to take care of it. But as it's stated there, and that is the Constitution now.
The reason I posed the question,
resolution makes no changes in that respect.
Most constitutions I've looked at where they've got that kind of language, they've got the word major. Fractional portion thereof, and I didn't know whether it was a typographical error.
Resolution? Would you like to amend it, Bill? We could accept an amendment to say major fractional part thereof, and that would correct what you're talking about.
Well, I didn't come prepared to amend, but if you'll give me a minute, I think it would be. Well, I'd like to amend it to put the word major in front of the word fractional.
Yeah. You offer that as an amendment?
Offer that as an
amendment.
amendment.
To amend and say 400 members are major fractional parts, major in front of fractional. We have a second to that amendment? You like to have a word to say before the You've heard the motion to amend the resolution to say major fractional thereof. Do we have any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify to say an aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now you have the amended resolution before you. Do we have any discussion on the motion to adopt resolution number 1 as amended? Are you ready for the motion? All in favor of the motion signify to say an aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Chairman Taylor.
Resolution number 2. Whereas the AFL-CIO rules governing state central bodies prohibit state councils from charging affiliation fees, and whereas Section 2 and Section 6 of Article 10 of the Mississippi AFL-CIO Constitution are in conflict with these rules, now therefore be it resolved that Section 2 and Section 6 of Article 10 be amended to read as follows. Section 2. A local union desiring to affiliate shall pay an affiliation fee equal to 1 month's per capita tax. Other subordinate organizations shall pay the annual fee prescribed in section typographical omission, Section 1. Section 1 of this article. Section 6A. A local union which has been suspended or which has withdrawn may be reinstated by payment of all amounts due at the time of suspension or withdrawal and per capita tax for the current month. However, the representation and votes to which such local union shall be entitled shall be computed as if it were a newly affiliated local union unless it shall pay the full back per capita tax for the entire 24-month period used to calculate representation and votes as provided in Article 8, Section 2B. Local central bodies and other subordinate organizations which have been suspended or which have withdrawn may be reinstated by payment of all amounts due at the time of suspension or withdrawal and the current annual fee provided, however, that it will not be entitled to representation in conventions unless the annual fee has been paid for the 2 years preceding the convention. The committee has seen fit to make a slight amendment to Section 2, which deletes affiliation fee equal to 1 and insert the current, which would read as follows. A local union desiring to affiliate shall pay the current 1 month per capita tax. The committee concurs in this resolution as amended, and I move the adoption.
You've heard the committee's report, which is to adopt resolution number 1 with the amendment named by Brother Taylor, changing section 2. We have any discussion on the motion to adopt? It's really a clarifying amendment, what it gets down to. We had considerable discussion in our board about this, and the board agrees that this should be done, where there'll be no misunderstanding. Brother Goodman?
Chairman, I'd like to second the motion.
Brother Goodman seconds the motion. We have any discussion on resolution number 2? If not, all in favor of the committee's report signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Taylor.
Resolution number 3. Whereas the Executive Committee of the Mississippi AFL-CIO is the most important body and in effect sets policy for the organization in the absence of executive board meetings, and whereas it would be helpful if members of this committee came from various sections of the state, and whereas in some areas people are willing and able to serve as vice presidents but cannot do so because their national or international is already represented, and whereas people of the represented nationals or internationals in these areas may be the only ones organized or the only ones affiliated with the Mississippi AFL-CIO, and whereas the Mississippi AFL-CIO may be losing an opportunity for good leaders, as well as the area being left out of representation, now therefore be it resolved that Article 5, Section 3 be amended to read as follows. No 2 vice presidents shall come from the same central labor union district, and not more than 2 vice presidents or more than 2 members at large of the executive board shall be members of the same national or international union. Respectfully submitted, Meridian Central Labor Council. The committee votes non-concurrence in this resolution. I make a motion that the report of the committee be accepted.
Heard the committee's recommendation. Motion to non-concur in resolution number 3. We have any discussion on the motion?
I'd like to second that motion.
Brother Fitzhugh seconds the motion. We have any discussion on the committee's report? Non-concurrence on resolution number 3. No discussion? All in favor of the motion to non-concur in resolution number 3 signify by saying aye. All opposed? Very, very weak here. Take another vote. All in favor of the committee's motion to non-concur in resolution number 3 signify by saying aye. All opposed? Opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Unless the division of the House is requested, I'll so rule.
This concludes the report of the Constitution Bylaws Committee, and I wish to thank the people that were on the committee, and we would now request that the committee be dismissed.
Thank you, Brother Taylor. We appreciate the work of your committee. And Brother Taylor has moved that his committee be discharged with the thanks of the convention. We appreciate that very much. All in favor of discharging the committee signify by saying aye. All opposed, motion carried and so ordered. Well, let me see. We have lost our union label girl. I wonder if we've got another committee that's ready to report here that would like to report this morning. We ought to have, are you ready, brother? Yes. Well, let's get you then. Let's see if we can't get some of the resolutions out of the way. The more we do here today, frankly, it means the sooner you'll get out tomorrow. So we'd like to get as many of these reports out of the way as we can. So if any of you are ready to report, if you'd please come forward, we'll go ahead and try to get some of them out of the way while we're waiting on Miss Broom. Brother Clark asked me to ask the Coke Committee to go out and meet with him in Parlor B, and I'll call that committee off. Go out and meet with him, and you'll see if you can't get that report ready as soon as possible. That's Robert Woodson, Doris Miller, E.M. Grantham, Rudy Stringer, Mary Hosney, J.T. McDaniel, Robert E. Thomas, Louise Whitlock, Rudolph Williams, and Odell Roundtree. Meet with Chairman Clark and Parlor B right now. This time we'll recognize Chairman Edwards of the Resolutions Committee. Brother Edwards.
Thank you, Claude. Resolution number 5. While you're getting that, why, I would like to thank the committee, Mr. T.G. Beckham, Quentin Pickett, Teresa Fulton, Rose Hudson, A.P. Young, Malcolm Bynum, C.F. Morris, Thomas Gardner, who are members of the committee. Resolution number 5 is affiliation. Whereas organized labor has consistently led the fight for social justice in the United States, the record clearly shows that the AFL-CIO and its predecessors have been responsible for many programs beneficial to the great masses of our people. And whereas, even though much progress has been made in recent years, much work is yet to be done. This applies to Mississippi as well as the United States as a whole. The problems of our state are of such magnitude that they stagger the imagination. And whereas these problems can be solved only by the enactment of a progressive legislative program at the state as well as the national level, and whereas the AFL-CIO has chartered state and local central bodies for the specific purpose of implementing and conducting the programs adopted by it, many of these programs are dependent upon legislative action that can come about only as a result of concerted political action. And whereas, by the same token, the aims and objectives of the Mississippi AFL-CIO can be attained only as a result of a successful political program developed through the various central labor unions and local unions throughout the state. Affiliation and participation by each local union at all levels is absolutely necessary in order to be successful. And whereas a commendable job has been done in several areas of the state during the recent elections, we now have friends in the legislature that we have more friends in the legislature than ever before, but we have several enemies there also. And whereas many of our enemies come from the counties where organized labor should be able to exert considerable influence, this deplorable situation can be traced directly to the fact that many local unions are not affiliated with the local central body or the Mississippi AFL-CIO. It is a foregone conclusion that these enemies will continue to plague us unless we receive full affiliation, and participation by the entire labor movement in Mississippi. Now therefore be it resolved that the delegates assembled in this fourth biennial convention in Jackson, Mississippi, March 25, 27, 1968, do sincerely call upon those local unions not affiliated with the Mississippi AFL-CIO or the local central bodies to do so at the earliest possible date. And be it further resolved that a list of unaffiliated local unions be compiled by the officers of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, and this list be mailed to the various international unions as well as a coordinator of state and local central bodies, and that they be urged to use their influence to bring about full affiliation and participation at all levels in Mississippi, respectively submitted by the Executive Board of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, and the committee unanimously recommends adoption. And I would like to move that this body adopt resolution number 5.
You've heard the committee's report, the motion to adopt resolution number 5. We have any discussion? Brother Beckham seconds the motion. Do we have any discussion on the motion to adopt resolution number 5? I think the resolution is self-explanatory. The chairman would like to have a few words to say about this problem before we adjourn, but I think you ought to be made aware of the fact that our affiliation situation has improved considerably since our last convention, and that we have had a number of locals affiliate since the first of the year, most of them newly chartered organizations. I believe, if my memory serves me correct, we've had 13 local unions affiliate since the first of the year. And I hope to introduce to you the delegates from several of those local unions before we break up here today. The motion is to adopt resolution number 5. Brother Stanley?
Mr. Chairman, a resolution as important as this, I hate to see it go by and not someone speak in behalf of it. And as an international representative and a delegate to this convention, I urge the delegates to support this not only with their vote, but with their action. I happen to be an international representative that has some local unions in CWA that are not affiliated. And to me, they're almost like the non-member or the scab in local unions. They're free riders. They're getting the benefits of the combined labor movement in state who is lobbying and working in their behalf. We diligently try to get them reaffiliated and get them back in the council. To those that are affiliated, it's a very simple matter. If they want to be selfish about it, it takes so many dollars and cents to run this business, and this is big business. The kind of officers, the kind of jobs they do depends on the kind of facilities and tools we give them to work with. And tools in the form of members affiliated with the council who are paying per capita so that they can do the job. And I strongly urge the adoption of this resolution by a vote and the support of it by actions back home in trying to get people affiliated. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Very appropriate. Any other discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Edwards.
The committee was in session from 8:30 until about 9:20 this morning. No one else having submitted any resolutions for the committee's consideration, I would like at this time to ask for a release of the committee from its appointed duties.
I suggest, Brother Edwards, that we might not order discharge the committee at this time. There might be something come up this afternoon or tonight as a result of the banquet that where they might have to consider resolution. We'll ask you to stay with us just a little longer. Thank you, Brother Edwards, for that report. This time I'm going to recognize Secretary Treasurer Knight. He wants to take a few minutes with you and discuss another problem we have at the state office. Brother Knight.
years back when we adopted the Program of Progress, we asked that all affiliated locals furnish us with a list of the names and addresses of their membership in order that we could cut addressograph plates and put those people on the mailing list where they would receive mail at various intervals from the State Council office. Well, I have a list here of locals that, according to our record, we've never received the membership list from. Consequently, your membership last summer in a political campaign and on some other occasions did not receive mail from the State Council office. And we would certainly appreciate your close attention as we read this list. And if you're represented here, we'd like for you to go back and see if you can get this list prepared and get it to us right away. Barbers Local 507 Meridian. Boilermakers 112 Mobile. Now this local is domiciled in Mobile, but they have members in Mississippi. Brick and Clay Local 554 Meridian. Brick and Clay Local 968 Pascagoula. Carpenters Local 2352 Corinth. Carpenters Local 2684 Greenville. Chemical Workers Local 540 Pascagoula. Chemical Workers Local 738 Greenville. Chemical Workers Local 749 Jackson. IBEW Local 903 Gulfport. IBEW Local 1211 Gulfport. IBEW Local 1210 Laurel. IBEW Local 1575 Hattiesburg. IBEW Local 1626 Taylorsville. Glass Bottle Blowers Local 258 Jackson. Iron Workers Local 702 Meridian. Laborers Local 145 Jackson. Laborers Local 233 Louisville. Letter Carriers Local 217 Jackson. Longshoremen Local 1303 Gulfport.